can do and did do. So I just wanted to take a moment and recognize that and thank them for it. So I see Rob Brewer, CEO of the PUC, is here. So to your whole team, Rob, and Malcolm, to the work you did and the team over here, thank you all. Thank you. Clerk, if we could start the meeting, please.
Under Agenda Item 1, Adoption of Minutes, a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Scott resolved that the minutes of regular council meeting of December 2, 2019 and budget meeting of December 9, 2019 be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
Under Agenda Item 3, Declarations of Pecuniary Interest, Councillor Shoemaker has indicated he has a conflict with respect to Planning Matter A1919ZOP 22 McDonald Avenue, as the applicants are clients of the law firm. And he's also declared on Bylaws 2023, 2024, and 2025, all with respect to 35 Cedar Street, as the property owner is a client of the law firm.
Any other conflicts? Seeing none.
Under Agenda Item 4, a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Gardy resolved that the agenda for January 6, 2020 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
And under Agenda Item 5, Proclamations. The first proclamation is World Religion Day, and Ginny and Gil Cymbalist are in attendance.
Welcome to Council.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Provenzano, City Councilors, and members of the public. My name is Gil Cymbalist, and I'm happy to be here with my wife, Ginny, and other members of our committee, the Volunteer Interfaith Committee of Sault Ste. Marie, to announce the 30th World Religion Day celebration in the Soo. World Religion Day, to be celebrated on the third Sunday each January, was initiated by the International Baha'i Community in 1950. The first Sault Ste. Marie celebration of the day was held in 1990. In 2015, at the request of the Baha'i community, the Volunteer Interfaith Committee of Sault Ste. Marie came together to plan the future World Religion Day celebrations. Our committee includes people of many different faiths and cultures. We are proud to be an international committee with members from Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, as well as Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. In the past 5 years, our committee has evolved to include other activities that promote a better understanding of all faith groups and support these groups. Peace Begins With Me is the theme for the 2020 celebration and will feature youth participation. The event will begin at 2 p.m. on January 19th at Sault College's NG Monjading Room. If you have any questions about the event or our committee, or would like to help, please don't hesitate to contact us through the Mayor's office. We look forward to seeing you at the 2020 World Religion Day celebration.
Thank you very much. I have a proclamation for you.
Thank you.
Whereas since 1950, World Religion Day has been celebrated around the world on the third Sunday in January to foster interfaith understanding and harmony. And whereas World Religion Day has been celebrated in Sault Ste. Marie for the past 30 years, and in 2015, representatives from numerous faiths and cultures came together as the Volunteer Interfaith Committee of Sault Ste. Marie to plan the annual celebration for World Religion Day. Whereas when representatives of different religions and cultures meet for fellowship and exchange of ideas, they grow in respect for each other and are strengthened in their efforts to encourage this respect in the local community and in the world at large. Now therefore, I, Christian Provenzano, as Mayor of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, do hereby proclaim January 19th, 2019, as World Religion Day in the City of Sault Ste. Marie. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Under Agenda Item 5.2, Crime Stoppers, Saya Paki, Chair, Kendra Addison, Coordinator, Leisha Obrimsky, Office Assistant, and Jody Naster, Board Member, are in attendance to make a delegation to Council.
Welcome to Council.
Hello. My name is Saya Baki, and I'm the local Crime Stoppers President. Each year during the month of January, the world promotes, shares, and celebrates the success of Crime Stoppers programs. This year's theme across all Canadian Crime Stoppers programs is creating partnerships against crime. The foundation of Crime Stoppers is a partnership between the community, law enforcement, and the media. Crime Stoppers works to educate the public and create awareness of illegal activities in an effort to help promote the Canadian values of safety, empowerment, and inclusion. Creating awareness and mobilizing Canadians in reporting suspicious or criminal activity anonymously requires a network of partners working together for a common end. Crime Stoppers must continually expand existing partnerships locally, provincially, and nationally, and develop new partnerships to meet our mandate. Thank you, Mayor Provenzano, councillors, and the City of Sault Ste. Marie for proclaiming January as Crime Stoppers Month and for continuing to support our local Crime Stoppers program.
We will get to that proclamation. Whereas each year during the month of January, the world promotes, shares, and celebrates the success of Crime Stopper programs. Canada's theme for 2019 is Say It Here, encouraging programs to educate and bring awareness to criminal activity, both proactively and reactively. The City of Sault Ste. Marie supports Crime Stoppers of Sault Ste. Marie and Algoma District by proclaiming January's Crime Stoppers Month. Whereas last year alone, Crime Stoppers locally was responsible for 79 arrests, 201 charges laid, 87 cases cleared, $14,000 in drugs seized, $15,200 in recovered property, and 7 weapons seized. Crime Stoppers continues to be a success due to all the tipsters who enter into the anonymous program, the police partnerships, the media partnerships, the volunteers, the staff, and all the individuals and businesses who donate to help make our city a safer place. And therefore, I, Christian Provenzano, as Mayor of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, do hereby proclaim January 2019 as Crime Stoppers Month and congratulate Crime Stoppers of Sault Ste. Marie and the District of Algoma for 34 years of success in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Under Agenda Item 5.3, the 2019 Christmas Lighting Awards, and Councillor Christian is the chair of that committee.
Take it away, Councillor Christian.
Mr. Mayor and Council, the Christmas Lighting Awards program, co-sponsored by PUC, promotes and encourages community involvement and recognizes the efforts of residents who light up their homes and businesses in the spirit of the season. And on behalf of the Christmas Lighting Awards Committee, I would like to thank the residents and businesses for the work they put into their displays this year. I would also like to thank PUC for their continued support of the program, and of course thank our City Transit Department, who once again found our way through the city in the darkness. The committee this year gathered on December the 19th to view the lights, and it included myself, Councillor Matt Scott, citizens Tina Bastos, Lindsay Marshall, Cindy Pinder, and Natalie Vaudrey-Bertolo. Present with us tonight from the PUC to help with the award ceremony, Jessica Tett and President Rob Brewer. I'm pleased to announce the following residences and businesses that were chosen as winners in the city's 2019 Christmas Lighting Awards program. I will now call out their names, and if you're present, I'd ask that you come down, and we can make the presentation to you. So if Rob and Jessica want to join me here. All right, let's start with the residential winners. In first place, Ward 1, the Joliker Residence, 286 River Road. In second place, Ward 1, the Mackin and Meats Residence, 10 Murray Street. Okay, we'll see to it that they get that award. My ward council buddy will be happy to deliver that award to them. Ward 2, first place, Landry and Jacques Residence, 127 Kohler Street. Weather's keeping them away. Second place, the Hagen Residence, 165 Treelawn Avenue. Ward 3, first place, the Rushworth Residence, 696 Third Line East. Second place, the Beelhart's Residence, 97 Pageant Drive. Ward 4, first place, Nero residents, 90 Laura Street. I think I've seen him before. Second place, Ward 4, the Johnson residents, 247 Prentice Avenue. Ward 5, first place, the Marshall residents, 2000 Second Line West. And second place, the Corello residents, 919 Allen Side Road. On the commercial side, first place went to the other guys, 484 Queen Street East. Second place goes to Stork and Bundle, 715 Queen Street East. And finally, our third place winner in the commercial side, Our Lady of the Highways Croatian Catholic Church. On behalf of the committee, I want to thank all of the people that participated. I certainly want to thank the judges who took the time out and all the nominees who put forward a really strong effort in the spirit of Christmas. So thank you very much, of course, to our friends from the PUC as well. Thank you very much.
Under Agenda Item 5.4, Municipal Service Review, Oscar Poloni, Office Managing Partner, and Chaz Anselmo, Senior Manager of the KPMG LLP are in attendance. And that's item 6.2 on your agenda.
Welcome to council, Mr. Poloni. We'll just give everybody a chance to filter out here before we get going. I think we're going to just give the CAO a chance to get back because he wanted to preface your presentation with some comments and remarks. So thank you, Councillor Christian, for the very admirable work you did on the Christmas tree lighting committee. I don't know where you're Okay, so we didn't want to start without you, Mr. CAO. I know you had some comments you wanted to make.
Council, as you're aware, the reports before you by KPMG encompass both service profile review and using the municipal reference model, work that was undertaken early last year, and had added to it work to do a third-party service review that we were able to fund through the province's audit and accountability funding. Mr. Poloni and Mr. Anselmo are here today to present that work to you. Certainly the service profile municipal reference model work provides us with an excellent framework going forward to provide good information to council when it's trying to come up with priority decisions through budget and through service levels. It's also an excellent tool for staff, and it is something that will evolve over the next couple of years as we refine our approach, especially to developing really solid key performance indicators, especially in areas that we don't currently have. As well, they do have opportunities that they are going to put forward to you as far as a high-level look tonight. I would note that the motion does refer these reports back to staff. There is a fair degree of work and analysis that needs to be done using these as a starting point by staff to bring actionable items back to you. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Poloni.
Your worship, members of council, good afternoon. Thank you once again for allowing us the opportunity to be here today. As discussed by the CAO, the purpose of our presentation is to provide council with an overview of our reports concerning the service profile and the municipal service review for the city of Sault Ste. Marie. I will apologize up front. There's a lot of paper that gets produced in connection with these types of reports. So what I'd like to do today with the assistance of Chaz is to give you basically a very high-level summary, an overview of what the review was intended to encompass, how we approached it, what some of the key themes were originating from our review, and potential courses of action that could be considered by council and by the city. So from an overall perspective, there really were three objectives that were identified in the terms of reference with respect to the service review. The first one is to describe what the city does and how you do it. And in your package, you would have 187 pages that outline 85 different services that are provided by municipalities. I can go through a very long conversation about how complex your operating environment is, but I don't really have the time for that as well. But what it was a good opportunity to talk about what you do, why you do it, and how you do it. We looked at operating effectiveness and efficiency of administrative processes. And whenever you look at municipalities and in-service reviews, this really is sort of the holy grail, if you will, of what you're trying to accomplish, because this doesn't involve a service cut. This doesn't involve taxation increase. What it really does is it focuses on those back office functions, trying to say, can we increase the output and the efficiency that we have for the corporate support services that, as a city, you're required to deliver. And then the last point is to identify potential opportunities for cost reductions. This was, at the end of the day, a financial exercise. And so what you'll see is when we talk about the findings and we express our findings, oftentimes we will monetize them, if you will. So in order to undertake the review and to come up with our conclusions, as I've mentioned, we've identified or developed 85 service profiles. And what these are 3-page snapshots that talk about specific services that your municipality provides. And so it talks about what you do, what the public policy objective is that you're seeking to accomplish, why you deliver these services, how you fare from a service level and a benchmarking perspective against other municipalities, who your customers are, your delivery methods, that type. We've also undertaken comparative analysis, and for the purposes of the analysis, we've used the larger centers in Northern Ontario, so specifically Sudbury, Thunder Bay, Timmins, and North Bay. We've also thrown in Peterborough to give a bit of diversity with respect to the comparator group. I will caution council, you have to be careful when you move out of Northern Ontario into Southern Ontario, because as council is likely aware, they have counties, we don't. They don't have DSABs, we do. So the jurisdictional environment really does complicate the comparability. We've undertaken process mapping of 25 processes. So there's a separate report that talks about the work steps. And this is the adoption or the application of a lean continuous improvement, process improvement tool where you break down what you do, and then at every step of the process, you ask yourself the question, why? 20 of the 25 processes deal with what we would consider to be corporate administrative processes, so purchasing, accounts payable, payroll, user fees, taxation. 5 of them specifically relate to public works, generally speaking involving how you manage work order processing, and how you assign your people to go out to respond to your residents. The last scope of work item that we did have was the assessment of potential opportunities. And this was looking at how you fared through those first 3 steps to say, if you could change something, if you wanted to change something, if you should change something, what would that be? And generally speaking, the first 3 steps will identify potential opportunities based on the following considerations. If you have a service that is discretionary in nature, so a service that isn't mandatory, isn't essential, or isn't traditionally delivered by other municipalities, we ask the question, do you want to continue to deliver the service? If you have services where your service level is considered to be higher than either the minimum standard that's established by the province or the standards that are adopted by your peers, do you wish to reduce those service levels down? From a cost comparative perspective, when we do the comparative analysis, the question is if you are an outlier with respect to how much you invest in a municipal service and you're spending 50% more than other municipalities, the question is are there opportunities for you to bring that back? And then the last point is to say from a process mapping perspective, are there duplications, absence of technological utilization, low value work that you're performing that you can cut back on? And that is why we do the first three, because what it does is it helps us to identify potential opportunities. I will also say that what it does in certain respects is it validates what you already do now, because some of what the first three items have demonstrated are places where you do good jobs. The other thing that I'll comment is in certain instances, it's also identified areas where you're underinvested, where what we would suggest is, despite the fact that this is intended to be a cost reduction exercise, in certain instances, council, to be frank, you probably don't spend enough money. And so nobody really wants to hear that. But at the end of the day, the numbers are the numbers. So what I am going to do is I'm going to turn over the podium to Chaz, who'll take you through the key themes.
Thank you, Oscar. Your Worship, members of council. As part of any review process, we always look for what we consider to be key themes or key findings. These are matters that are overarching across the organization. In the case of the third-party service review that we conducted, there were 4 areas that we would like to bring to your attention this evening. Going back to the initial project and the development of the service profiles, there are 2 themes that really emerged from that. And how we develop the profiles, and as you've reviewed those documents, you'll see that we consider and we classify services in one of 4 ways, ranging from mandatory, whereas I can find a piece of legislation that states that you have to do what you do, all the way down to discretionary, which is there isn't anything that requires you to do this. In a lot of cases, your peers aren't doing that. Based upon our analysis and the application of the municipal reference model, we didn't find any of those services inside the corporation. What we did find was 73% of your services would consider to be mandatory or essential, with 27 falling into that traditional, whereas if I looked across the spectrum of your peers, I could see similar services being delivered by those municipalities. What this ultimately leads to is a limit in the level of discretion that you have in how you go about in providing services. Now, what that doesn't prevent you from doing is to go back to a point Oscar made, is change how you go about in delivering those services. Looking at the profiles a bit further, we look at services at either being below, at, or above standard. And once again, in the case of the city service profiles, 94% were considered to be at standard, with 6 falling above standard. No services identified within the profiles fell to the below standard. Once again, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier with respect to how and where you can change. When the majority of your services sit at standard, the idea of bringing them down would be met with significant resistance, I think, from your community, nor do you want to sort of be at the other end of the spectrum where all of your services are exceedingly high. In looking at the comparative piece with respect to the review, the city fell within what we would consider to be the range in comparison to its peers from a financial standpoint. Generally favorable. You weren't the outlier for the most case. There were some areas where we did identify inside the review, whereas the city's costs per household or costs per kilometer were higher than your peer group. We also did find some common or best practices inside your operations, in particular within building services, where you're at full cost recovery, whereas a lot of municipalities are still trying to get to that level. Finally, in going back to the concept of the process maps and how you go about doing things, we looked at it in 2 ways. And one way is how can these corporate and these back office functions become more effective and efficient for the effective delivery of services internally. We also applied a lens as to the customer. And we don't like calling residents customers, but your end user. So looking at these processes, both as to how do they support the corporation as well as the community as a whole. And what we found were really 2 areas that, to be perfectly honest with you, I expected to find inside your organization, which is a reliance upon paper and documents that walk, as well as services that, because of the way they've been structured and how work flows, they're fragmented. So from a customer or a resident's perspective, you may not actually be delivering the highest quality of customer service that you can be. With that being said, inside those reports, though, we do provide you with opportunities as to how you can go about in remedying this and try to get to that end state, whereas it's the customer, the end user is the focus rather than, well, this is how we've always done things to serve our own purposes. So with that, I will pass on the mic back to Oscar to conclude the presentation.
Your worship, members of council, inside the report, there's a variety of opportunities that have been identified. In certain cases, these are classified as operating efficiencies where we believe you can make improvements and changes to your internal processes to free up capacity, potentially save money, not impact frontline service, and not impact service levels. There are some services, however, where we believe your service levels are higher than your peer groups. Specifically, one of the things that came out was winter roads maintenance, and somewhat convenient that we drove through a blizzard to get here today. The reality is, and I do want to emphasize this fact, it's up to council to decide what service level you wish to provide. And so at the end of the day, if you're happy with the service level, you can continue to do that. What I will say, though, is that the analysis demonstrates, particularly with respect to winter roads maintenance, the level of service in Sault Ste. Marie is higher than your peer communities. And I can appreciate that the response back is going to be, we get more snow. And I have a photograph of me outside your audit partner's house where the snowbank is above my head because I sent it to my brother in Windsor. I get that. The analysis demonstrates, though, that you're spending more with respect to winter roads maintenance, and so it is an opportunity to potentially look at cutting back of snowbanks, snow removals. How do you respond to that? There's also the potential for alternate service delivery, and these are opportunities for you to look at a different blend of internal versus external resources. And in some cases, this could be involving contracting out, and in some cases, this could involve contracting in. And once again, it's important to recognize the difference between the what and the why. What our analysis has indicated is that in certain areas, you're relying more on internal resources than other municipalities will. I also recognize this isn't Mississauga, and because of that, the availability of contractors may be more limited here than other municipalities. There could be issues with respect to services and service levels and the quality, and ultimately it comes down to costing as well. The last point that we want to make is with respect to revenue generation. There is some opportunity to look at different mixes to utilize non-taxation revenue, specifically with respect to user fees. As Chaz has mentioned, in certain areas, you're already doing a very good job at this. So it's more a question of ensuring that you have that appropriate balance. I do want to make this very clear to council. I do not believe that municipal arenas should pay for themselves, because if they do, only rich kids would skate. And so it's important to recognize there's public policy issues here. So council, just in conclusion, you have our reports. They outline potential courses of action for your consideration, as we've discussed with your staff and consistent with other service reviews that we have done. We've now handed off to your staff and they would come back to council basically with a response. This is what we agree with, this is what we don't agree with, this is what we think we would defer. And so there's still work that has to come. What you will find from us is we're not necessarily saying do this. What we're actually saying is investigate the potential for this. And so what this comes down to is the development of business cases. I would like to say, council, there's a number of things that this city does right. And when you look at the comparative analysis, both inside the individual service profiles and inside the service profile itself, when you look at things like residential taxation per household, when you look at debt per household, it's very clear to us that there is fiscal responsibility and fiscal stewardship that's happening here. The other reality, though, Council, is this. The environment that you're working in is always changing. Technology is always changing. How my job looks today versus what it looked like 28 years ago is completely different. And there's nothing so perfect it cannot be improved. And this is an opportunity for you to look at it through an objective lens to try to get some sense as to what you would change. I do want to make one last comment, Your Worship and Council, if you'll indulge me. These exercises can be very difficult for your staff. When people in suits show up and start saying, tell me what you do and how you do it, you get all sorts of different reactions. I would be remiss if I didn't thank the employees and the staff of the city, both the management team and the non-management team that assisted us. In order to get to the answers, in some cases we have to push, and in some cases we push hard. Exceptionally professional, exceptionally helpful, and have made very valuable contributions to the process. So I do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge and thank your team for the work that they've helped us with. It's very clear, Your Worship and Council, that you have some very good people who work in this building. With that, this concludes our presentation. More than happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
So thank you for that, Oscar, and I just thank you for that final comment, and I just want to recognize that. I want to recognize the staff that cooperated and worked with KPMG as they went through this process. I thought the reports were really solid. I thought they were informative. I thought that this process will lead us to a place where we can make very good, informed decisions at budget time, and I think there's lots of things that we could look at in the meantime. Before I open it up for questions, I just wanted to clarify one point, because you raised snow removal, and we hear a lot about snow removal. And you had indicated we spend more on snow removal than some of our comparators. But I think the distinction is important, that I think what you're saying is we might be delivering a higher standard of snow removal. For instance, in one community, if they send out the vehicles at a certain depth of snow, maybe we're sending them out a little quicker than other communities. Yeah. So I think it's important for the community to recognize we're not just spending more on snow removal, we're actually have a different standard here that we're applying in Sault Ste. Marie than some of our comparator communities.
If I may, Your Worship, just on that point, when we look at snow removal costs, we denominate roads costs on a per kilometer or per lane kilometer basis. What you'll find is your costs are higher than your peer comparators. To your point, and for the information of council, I think there's a couple of factors that build into this. One is your environmental conditions are different. And I have spent my life in Northern Ontario. I know the difference between the Soo and Sudbury and Timmins and North Bay and Thunder Bay and Dryden and Smooth Rock Falls and a whole bunch of places. You get a lot of snow. The other comment that I will make is your snow patterns are actually different. And I'm not a climatologist or a weather expert by any stretch of the imagination, but like when it snows here, it doesn't snow for 2 hours. The third point is from a service level perspective, to your point, Your Worship, you're right. You will deliver at a different standard. So on a pound for pound basis, it's not that you're more expensive, it's just you're delivering a different level of service. And the last point is when it comes to things like snow removal on the roads and the plowing, that's one thing. It's also the snow removal from the banks, and it's cutting back the banks. And as I've mentioned, and I don't like anecdotal examples, but I have a picture of snowbanks in Sault Ste. Marie that are higher than I am, and I'm 5'10", shrinking as I get older. I don't have that picture from Sudbury, and I don't have that picture from Timmins. So the issue is part of the reason why you may be delivering a different standard in Sault Ste. Marie, quite frankly, Your Worship, is because you have to. So it's important to recognize that it doesn't necessarily mean you're inefficient. You're different.
Yeah, I think that's what I was drilling down to, and I think we have to, but also people become accustomed to it. So we've been offering that standard for years and years, and it would be very difficult to make the case to adjust that standard down, because as the standard currently is, all the city councilors and myself would frequently get emails or communications about satisfaction or dissatisfaction with that standard. So we just have to be sensitive to that dynamic. So I won't take any more of the time. I have all kinds of thoughts and questions, but I will pass it on to council. Councillor Hollingsworth, you had your hand up first, so we'll start with you.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. First of all, we appreciate the report. It opened my eyes up greatly. And I know our staff will walk away with some new ideas and come back with some very good solutions, because our staff is also very concerned about making sure we're efficient. So my first question is basically, in one of your reports, I believe you talked about having a transformation management office or group. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct, Councillor.
Okay. And it's my understanding that this is to undertake the plan implementation on the activities that you have suggested. So do you see that as a brand-new team, or do you see that as our current staff could take on additional responsibilities? How do you see that rolling out?
Through you, Your Worship, the Transformation Management Team or Transformation Management Office is comprised of those people that would actually operationalize these opportunities. So in the team, we've always talked about a corporate sponsor, and this is a senior level existing management employee of the city who would be the one who says, if we need to make a high-level corporate decision, if we need to get high-level corporate resources, let me take care of it. There's a day-to-day project manager, and then there are support teams underneath. What the transformation management team will need will be different depending on the opportunity. So, Councillor, to your point, there may be some opportunities where you can undertake the implementation through yourself. In other cases, Councillor, there may be the requirement for requisite skill sets or just capacity to be able to undertake these implementation changes yourself. And one of the best examples I'll give you is looking at those process maps and trying to say we need to define the current state, measure, develop hypothesis, implement, test, monitor, and then change job descriptions. What I would suggest to you is that would require somebody with a certain level of training from a lean management perspective, which I understand does not exist in this organization. And secondly, and probably more importantly, Councillor, it involves somebody who has the time. And if I could be honest with you, it's not like your staff are sitting on their hands. And so because of that, I would suggest that certain things would require external assistance and additional resources. Other things, like looking at potentially contracting out a service, that business case and that procurement testing could be done internally. So that's a very long answer to the short answer, which is it depends.
Okay, thank you. I just have two other questions for you, Oscar. Obviously, you have worked with other municipalities. You've done these audits with the other municipalities. And the other municipalities, have you come back in, let's say, in a year's time or year and a half to do like a checkup or just touch base to see if we're on the right track? Is that something that you've done in the past with other municipalities?
Through you, Your Worship, we have done it, but it is more the exception rather than the rule. So I'll give you specific examples. We were involved in a service review in Elliott Lake in 2010, and in 2011 and 2012, we came back to council. We were involved in a service review at the City of Timmins. We came back a year later just to have a conversation with council. I would suggest, though, Councillor, that the follow-up and the implementation measurement actually rests between you and your staff, where they will, what we have seen, the more predominant model is they'll provide council with a semi-annual report that says, here's what KPMG said, here's what we've done.
Okay. And the other question is that we as a city belong to many different organizations that help to keep municipalities up to date on the latest trends, on the best practices and so forth. You probably can't answer this question today, but it'd be interesting if you can come back to us through an email to make sure that if there's any other information out there, other websites, other organizations that we may want to be in tune with that has best practices, that we can make sure that we're up to date on the current and most best practices in the future.
Happy to assist.
Okay, and thank you. At this time, may I ask a question to Shelley Shield, or is it just questions to
You can ask a
consultants?
question to staff, go ahead.
Okay. Through you, Mayor, to Shelley Shield. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we undertook this audit because we received X dollars from the provincial government. Is that correct?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, you are correct. The province provided an audit and accountability fund that we applied to, and we were approved to do the service review.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, out of that amount that we were approved for, I'm under the impression that we probably did not use all of it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think we were approved for 225, and we're under 125 for this.
Okay. Obviously, whenever we receive funds from provincial government, federal, or whatnot, it's quite restricted that we have to use it a certain way. Out of that remaining funds, do we have the authority to use it to put towards this TMO, Transformation Management Office, and/or do we have the authority to use some of this money in the future to do another temperature check, to do another mini audit to make sure we're on the right track?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, my understanding is no. This fund was directed specifically to this project, and any excess we do not have access to. But my understanding is also that the province is probably coming with additional programs going forward where potentially we'll be able to apply to implement some of these things.
Okay, so that's good news. And so my impression is that whoever we did not use goes back to the provincial government.
Well, we're not given
Well,
the full
sorry, it's
amount
not
yet.
giving back, yeah, okay. Good, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dufour?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen, for this report. One of the lenses that I thought was really interesting to review it was through some of our recent experience here at Council. We've initiated a building and a bylaw task force trying to do a deeper dive into kind of our own service level review with respect to bylaw enforcement. So I was very happy to see a section that you guys included in your service review, and I was just curious to know what metric did you guys use to determine what the standard for the service level with our comparative municipalities was?
Through you, your worship, part of the challenge that we had with certain departments, bylaw enforcement included, is the absence of tangible metrics that we could use to actually pin a service level to. So for example, number of days to respond to a planning application, number of days to respond to a building permit, number of days to respond to a bylaw complaint, for example. And so that information didn't exist with respect to the city's bylaw enforcement function. And so because of that, we didn't really have that true performance metric, that KPI, if you would. So what we had to do was we had to move ourselves along to different higher level measures. The issue that you have with respect to bylaw enforcement is, generally speaking, there's two models that municipalities can adopt. They can adopt a proactive approach or a responsive approach. Proactive approach envisions you going out and actually looking for infractions and addressing them. To my knowledge, that is not used by Ontario municipalities. And the reason why, Councillor, is because that will expose you to potential liabilities for the things that you say you're looking for, but you may have missed. So if something happens, then you're on the hook for it. So what the city has adopted is they've adopted a responsive approach, which is basically if somebody calls and says, I have an issue, you will go out and you'll respond to it. That is the type of service that is delivered by municipalities across the province of Ontario. And so because of that, your approach in the service level response, which is we get a call, we'll respond to it, that is consistent. And so because of that, we had you classified at standard. That said, Councillor, if you were to develop KPIs and actually track your performance, what you may find is that if it takes you 60 days to respond to a complaint, 40 days to respond to a complaint, what have you, then you'll have a better sense as to whether you're underserviced, at service, or above service as well.
Okay. Do other municipalities that you've had experience with track those indicators?
Certain municipalities, sorry, through you, your worship. Yes, Councillor, certain municipalities will. I would suggest to you, though, that it is generally speaking larger municipalities as opposed to smaller municipalities because they have the people to do this. I can appreciate, Council, that with the population that you have, you may sometimes think that you're a small municipality. You're not. And so because of that, one of the points that we've expressed to your CAO and your CFO through this process is there is certain operational sophistication that we believe could potentially be enhanced in the organization, particularly with respect to tracking KPIs. And your point, Councillor, is exactly one of the ones we'd be talking about.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, then saying that we are meeting the standard doesn't necessarily give us a fulsome picture of where we stand in comparison, and maybe the one area that I noticed where we can do a clear comparison is in level of funding, per household funding, where we sit at about 25 to 50% of what other municipalities are spending. And is that an area that would help us to understand maybe where we might sit in terms of service level?
So through you, your worship, much like the discussion that I had with your worship concerning snow removal, it's important from a bylaw enforcement perspective to recognize that different municipalities are different. So one of the things that we always run into are municipalities with very well-developed post-secondary institutions that have a lot of residencies, generally speaking, have more active bylaw enforcement. One of the other comments that I'll make is looking at levy contribution towards a service that has a user fee attached to it isn't always going to be your best comparator, because part of the reason why you may be spending less in taxes on bylaw enforcement is because you're collecting more in user fees. So and this is where it comes down to, when you have an opportunity, it's important to distinguish the what from the why. What I would suggest is this: bylaw enforcement is an area of focus that we see in a number of our municipal clients. It's an area where municipalities are looking to invest more in. And what they're doing is they're responding to the fact that there are risks out there that oftentimes they're capacity constrained and they can't respond to. That is separate from how you fund it, by the way. So the question that you have is, do you believe you have the right level of resources to respond to a concern or a complaint in your community? What I would suggest to you, Council, we picked at standard because we had no basis to say above or below. So if I were to make a recommendation, establish a pilot project, stay for the next 6 months, you are going to track when you get a response and how you respond to that response. Or when you get a complaint, how you respond to it in the number of days. And then what you'll have is you'll have 6 months, maybe 12 months of data when you could make that determination. The challenge that we had, Councillor, is we didn't have the data that we needed to make it. Your model to respond, a responsive measure as a proactive measure, is consistent with everybody else's, and so we had to default to the at standard.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful.
In reviewing that material, I kept on personally coming back to the report we commissioned on our technological ability here at the city, and how we invest in our technology and what we have to do to bring up our technological standards so we give our staff more tools to do their jobs. And you probably are aware of this. When we commission that, we are sorely underinvested in our IT infrastructure. And it's something that we're working on and looking at improving, and I think improvements to that will lead to some of these other improvements. I have Councillor Christian next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you very much for the presentation. I echo the thoughts. Very good report. I enjoyed reading it. It's very informative, and I thought you both did an excellent job of explaining for your part what was in its contents. I have a couple of questions. One is related to the service profile report, where you're talking about cost recovery in transit. There's a couple entries in there where you say that as compared to some of the other municipalities, we're low in cost recovery. My question is that a function of the cost of operating our transit system and its routes and wheeled vehicles, or is that a function of what we charge for transit user fees, or is it a combination of both?
Through you, your worship, we'll have to pull up the analysis if we may, Councillor, so we can always provide a follow-up. What I would suggest to you is it's a combination of both. Yeah. And so what you'll find is that in certain instances, what's driving up your cost is the cost per operating hour or cost per service. And it's particularly problematic in Northern Ontario. From my experience in Southern Ontario, the concept of density on transit routes, this isn't Toronto. right? So what you may find is your cost per customer actually comes up higher, and so because of that, you have less opportunity to do this. But we can look into the analysis. I will apologize, Councillor, we don't
That's
have that
perfectly fine.
information
No.
at our fingertips.
It's clearly something that stands out, and it is what it is. I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And when I read one of your recommendations about succession planning, which clearly, every organization needs, what I didn't see in this report is I didn't see any information about a formal staff performance review mechanism. And I don't know if this type of report, if it falls within the scope of a report like this, but I'm wondering if you can comment on that. Should there, I guess my question is, do other municipalities have performance review mechanisms for staff? It seems if we're driving efficiencies, then, it should start with staff.
Through you, Your Worship, if I may, there's a difference between having a performance measurement system and acting on it.
Yeah.
And if I could be frank, my experience has been is, with respect, there's a difference between the public sector and the private sector with respect to accountability. And this is not a Sault Ste. Marie conversation. This is me working with 70 municipalities. We have had conversations with your CAO offline concerning potential organizational structure changes, performance measurement changes, that type of stuff. It wasn't necessarily included in the scope of our review.
Right.
And so because of that, you wouldn't have seen it in our report. Right. But we would strongly encourage you to continue to do what you're doing with respect to performance management. We would strongly encourage you to make sure that outcomes occur based on that. We would strongly encourage you to, give strong consideration to succession planning. There is a war for talent that is going on in Ontario, to the point where some municipalities cannot find qualified treasurers, cannot find qualified CAOs. And I will tell you, as an auditor, I can see the implications when your OMPF gets cut off because you're not filing your FIRs on time. That's the sign. So, sorry, Councillor, I know I didn't really answer your question.
No, I think we recognize it, and I agree with you. I mean, I think there is a difference between private and the public. I just strong believer that whether you mirror the private sector or not, there should be some kind of mechanism, some level of it to help encourage strong performance and to help correct things that need to be corrected to drive efficiencies within the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Echoing most of the comments, thank you for the very good report. When there was a number of spreadsheets here that showed, whether we're high or low or in the middle on the cost per capita or per kilometer or whatever the metric is. But when you compared us to those other municipalities to come up with those numbers, was it the municipalities that I think you named 6 or 7 at the beginning? Peterborough, North Bay, Sudbury, Thunder Bay, and Timmins?
Correct.
Okay, so when we hear that because we're in Northern Ontario, costs are higher, most of those comparators would also have some combination of those factors as well in there.
Through you, Your Worship, when we select municipal comparators, what we basically look for are municipalities that reside in the same governance structure, so single-tier municipalities with the same operating conditions. So for example, I wouldn't compare you to Sarnia. They don't get as much snow as you do. The other reason I wouldn't compare you to Sarnia is they're a lower-tier municipality inside Lambton County. So a bunch of upper-tier stuff that you do, they don't do. The other comment that I would make is I wouldn't compare you to an Elliott Lake because different sizes of municipalities entail different services and different operational considerations. And so because of that, what you will find, Councillor, is your pool of comparators is actually limited. So we've attempted to find single-tier municipalities with similar size populations, similar number of households, existing in environments that get snow, if you will. And I've got a brother in Windsor. There's no snow in Windsor. But you also need to recognize that even then, the comparators aren't perfect. So in the service profile report, there's two types of comparisons. There's the comparison on a service basis that are included inside the individual service profiles, and then there's a section that talks about corporate-wide comparators. And one of the graphs that you'll find is operating grants as a percentage of total expenditures. And what you will find is that your numbers are low. Sudbury and Peterborough are both significantly higher than you are. And the reason why, Council, is because they're consolidated municipal service managers. So they deliver Ontario Works, they deliver long-term care, they deliver childcare, which you don't because you're in a DSAP. So even then, Councillor, the comparators that we've selected, they're indicative, but they're not perfect. The only perfect comparator for the city of Sault Ste. Marie is the city of Sault Ste. Marie. So we use what we can, Councillor.
Okay, no, that's helpful. It's a great report, and it will lead to, I think, a lot of improvement. Thank you.
I see no other questions. Oh, Councillor Bruni?
Just a couple questions. I thank you for the report, very in-depth. I noticed in the report there was nothing that was stated below standard. I mean, for a corporation of 700 employees, our budget is close to 200 million, I guess, with government funding. Why wouldn't there be anything that's below standard? Or did I miss something?
Through you, Your Worship, and I'm not sure if we didn't get this right in the drafts that we sent you, but your information technology group should be classified as below standard. And I noticed when Chaz was speaking, he talked about how no services were below standard. I'm actually of a different perspective. I think your IT department should be, and he just whispered to me, it's IT. So there are those areas where you are below standard with respect to IT. The other comment that I will make is, at some point in time, we have to do a certain level of aggregation with respect to municipal services. So we have 85 service profiles. We could have easily have burst this into 170. The more that you have, the more likelihood that you're going to have services that are falling below standard. What I would suggest, though, Councillor, is IT and potentially some of your finance functions, not necessarily related to day-to-day transactional, but in terms of strategy, forecasting, asset management planning, data and analytics, continuous improvement, benchmarking. That's a level of operational sophistication, as I mentioned to the other councillor, that we would expect to see in a city of 75,000 people, which we haven't. So those would be probably two that we would flag outside.
And, well, question to Ms. Shell. If the grant money was 225,000 and this came in at 125,000, why wouldn't we take the opportunity to say go into more depth of an audit to consume that money that the government is providing us?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, when we applied for the fund, it was set out as to develop the service profiles, as well as a specific service review and specific outcomes. We had to stay within the guidelines of the fund, and there wasn't any way that we could in depth without having this background information. So the estimate was fairly high that we did put to the province, because when we went out for an RFP, if somebody else did get the RFP other than KPMG, who had already started our service profiles, we would have had to start over again, and it would have cost more.
Yeah.
So, long story short, we really didn't have the opportunity to go any further in depth, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a part of the story that's important, is that we had started this work prior to that. So we were building on the work that was completed, and then we weren't going to have them do a piece of work and then hire a different group to kind of do a piece of work on top of that for the added expense. So we worked it into the work that they were doing.
Okay, thanks.
That's a fair summary of how that happened, correct? Yeah. And as a result, I think we found an efficiency there.
Congratulations.
Yeah. We found an efficiency in finding efficiencies. Yes. So listen, there's lots of work here, and lots of good information, and lots of information to guide our decision-making. So we will act on it, and we appreciate its provision.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and a privilege.
It's 5:30, which brings us to the planning agenda.
Two motions?
Are we going to deal with these motions first?
Yes, let's
Okay.
do it.
Yes, because it was accepted from consent.
Okay.
So the first motion is by Councillors Christian and Gardy. Resolved that the report of the Chief Administrative Officer dated January 6, 2020 concerning municipal service review be received, and the KPMG reports, service profiles, process maps, service review opportunities, third-party review summary be referred to staff for review and report back to council.
All in favor? Carried. Safe drive back to Sudbury.
And there is a second motion by Councillors Shoemaker and Nero. Resolved that the KPMG reports, service profiles, process maps, service review opportunities be referred to staff, and that staff report back to council by the first meeting in June 2020 with proposed actions for each of the service-focused opportunities for consideration listed in the third-party service review report. I'll just open that up.
So it's really the same as the first motion. You just want to report back by June of this year on what they're doing on the work. Yeah. Any questions about that? All in favor? Motion's carried. So now we can get to the planning agenda. So,
So under agenda item 7.7.1, a 1919 ZOP 22 McDonald Avenue. There is a motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy. Resolved that the report of the senior planner dated January 6, 2020 concerning rezoning application A 1919 ZOP be received, and that council approve the application in the following manner. One, that council approve official plan amendment 226 by way of notwithstanding clause to policy H06 to permit the residential development to proceed without providing any affordable units. Two, that council rezone the subject property from parks and recreation zone to high density residential zone, subject to the following special exception: that the proposed apartment building not exceed 8 stories, that the total number of residential units on site not exceed 65, that council deem the property subject to site plan control pursuant to Section 41 of the Planning Act, and further that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect the same.
Mr. Tenazzo, can you speak to give those watching at home a summary of background in this application, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Subject property is located on the north side of McDonald Avenue. It's the former Sioux Collegiate Institute playing fields. Council's familiar with this property. In February 2019, council approved a 12-story, 90-unit apartment building. This approval was appealed to LPAT. One of the grounds for the appeal was that the approval didn't meet a specific affordability policy within our official plan. Staff agreed and recommended that council withdraw the approvals, which council did this summer, and LPAT subsequently dropped the appeal. So the applicant is back with a revised application. This application is for 8 stories and 65 units, and it includes an official plan amendment request to permit the development to proceed without providing the affordable units. And the planning director's recommendation is that council approve the application. Thank you.
Okay. So the applicant is here. Did the applicant want to speak to the application? Mr. Martell and Mr. Ruscio? Welcome to council, Mr. Ruscio.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor and council, so we have a revised application here from just over 10 months ago, taking into consideration some of the neighbors' concerns, and accordingly, we're looking at building, or hoping to build an 8-story, 65-unit, as opposed to the original 12-story and 90-unit complex. So what I thought I would do, if I could, is go through and try to address a lot of the specific concerns that the neighbors had, and try to highlight those. One is parking. One of the questions was why we're setting the building back as far as we are. In large part, one is for piling, so it'll reduce the amount of piling that's required, and the impact on neighbors that they're also concerned about. In my opinion, it also really adds to the streetscape by setting the property back further from the street. So I just thought I would identify that. Traffic flow seemed to repeatedly come up. So the capacity of McDonald Avenue, it can accommodate daily traffic volumes right now of 8,000 vehicles per day without experiencing any congestion. The current volume on McDonald is approximately 3,000 vehicles per day, and the additional average daily traffic is estimated at about 200 or 300 vehicles. So the site is expected to generate an increase of approximately 3 or 4% of the street's capacity. In past years, there was the high school, Sault Collegiate Heights, that closed in 1995. On McDonald Avenue, the elementary school, King George V Public School, closed in 1992, and there was that St. James Catholic School. I didn't research when it closed, but traffic in the 1980s when these schools were open was approximately 5,200 vehicles per day in the immediate area, being 73% more than a current volume. So in comparing this with other similar areas of the city, sections of the Pine Street are operating well at approximately 10,000 vehicles per day, which is far greater than the McDonald Avenue. Pine Street is running approximately 9,500 between McDonald Avenue and McNabb. It was therefore the opinion of the city's engineering division that the traffic impact from the proposed development is insignificant. I also engaged a traffic consultant who also provided a traffic impact statement who agrees with the city's conclusion. The affordability housing component, which seems to be the biggest concern, the city is currently reviewing their official plan for the affordability requirement, as it is not something they feel that's effective. This aspect of the OP has not been very relevant over the past 20-25 years, as a number of rezoning projects proceeded without any consideration to this 30% requirement. Any project that is 49 units or less currently has no affordability requirement under the OP. At 50 units, the project would all of a sudden be required to have 15 units at a rent level below market. I understand those 15 units will need to be charged out at approximately $800 per month, which is really approximately 50% what is needed to make the numbers work on this project. Because I have no subsidy dollars, those 15 units are essentially rented at a loss. I don't believe this policy makes sense. There are other projects that have proceeded without this affordability requirement, including the 120-unit building proceeding this spring on PIM, the recent OFRA 80-unit building that are all market rents. I understand the city acknowledges this dilemma and accordingly is planning to revise the OP permanently in order to facilitate new multi-residential development. One of the questions that was, what will the city do in order to address affordability? Projects like the Bowling Urban Indigenous Hub being proposed on the Gateway site, the recently completed Aboriginal housing project in the former St. Bernadette School located on McNabb Street, and the options of having a second unit in your home are all examples of ways the city will be able to address affordability. By encouraging new units by private developers, we'll also add supply and accordingly help keep prices for rentals down. Less supply will only mean higher prices. And so discouraging private developments who are using private sector dollars and building projects over 49 units really does nothing to address the affordability of rentals. The SOO's vacancy rate was 5.8% in October 2018, which is higher than the provincial average. Our planning justification report suggests that the 30% affordability requirement is no longer appropriate, as this requirement puts the project at risk of being unfeasible, and any lower densities on this site would be less in keeping with the provincial policy statement, which encourages efficient use of land and resources through increased density and infill development. The 30% affordability policy came from the 1996 Bob Ray days, which drove that 30% requirement under the provincial policy statements at that time. The provincial policy statement has since been updated and no longer has this 30% requirement. Since 1996, the city only had 3 rental projects over 50 units constructed. One on 7723 Bay in 2010, in 2015, 676 Bay, and the 85 units in 2017 at OFRA. None dealt with the 30% affordability provision. The city's housing community profile report indicates that an additional 4,000 new dwellings will be needed in the next 20 years. If new units are not encouraged, then any issues we have regarding affordability will only get worse. Some questions have come up regarding piling in terms of whether they're being driven or drilled. There's really only one practical way of doing the SOOT based on cost, and some of the issues are as follows. A geotechnical engineer could examine the soils to determine what an acceptable vibration magnitude would be at the property line to ensure damage does not incur, and coupled with vibration monitoring to ensure that it is not exceeded during construction. The contractor evaluates the area and determines the best approach. We will engage an adjuster so that any damage is ascertained and damage is covered through the insurance policy of the contractor. Subject to the homeowner's permission, an adjuster will undertake a pre-construction survey. Video will be taken on the outside and inside of the home to look for basement cracks, inspection of rooms including plaster, cracks, window seals, etc. A written report will be provided for each home. The radius of homes that are determined in conjunction with the engineers and contractors, and in the unlikely event of any damage, we will be in a position to deal with it. The ravine certainly acts as a buffer, as there is no clay in the ravine. The vibrations decrease the further away you get. Toronto has piling with buildings 10 feet away. The contractors adjust the energy when piling, taking into account surrounding buildings. Some recent examples, piling was done on the Superior Heights project where residences were even closer than our proposed project is to surrounding homes. The Sussex Bridge was 62 feet away from surrounding homes with no issues, done in approximately 2008. And our project expects to be 200 feet from the closest receptor, which is Collegiate Heights, retirement home, and the closest residential home. Piling is expected to take a week. I think a lot of the neighbors were concerned with the months that the previous project took with the drainage issue, so it doesn't compare. Regarding location, our development is consistent with the provincial policy statement of 2014, taking into consideration efficient use of land resources, new developments having a mix of use and densities. Our development is a form of infill that is again consistent with the provincial policy statement. As per the city's own OP, we should have low and high density developments, and it should be integrated and compatible in density, height, and building setbacks. There was some concern that the building may not be in harmony with the existing streetscape. The current neighborhood is predominantly single-family residences via home ownership. Thus, the neighborhood lacks the mixture of housing types such as rental and condominiums sought through the city's official plan. Although this is considered a medium-density proposal, the OP also outlines high-density developments being integrated and compatible in density, height, and building setbacks. Our proposal exceeds the minimum setback requirements in the R5 zone. The high-rise is in close proximity to the downtown core, and although it is not located on a major arterial street, McDowell Avenue is a major traffic corridor in the city. We commissioned a sightline assessment of the development on nearby land uses, which concluded that the development will not visually impact abutting residences. I later had Talek take actual pictures with a drone all the way up to the original 12-story development, which corroborated the same conclusions of the straight line assessment. And I believe there's pictures of that in the report. The provincial policy statement encourages maintaining and, where possible, enhancing the vitality and viability of downtowns and main streets. Community investment readiness includes providing necessary housing options for those looking to relocate or move within our city. This development's medium density nature and proximity to downtown will encourage increased pedestrian traffic in Sault Ste. Marie's downtown area. This is consistent with the PPS and Sault Ste. Marie's downtown strategy. The site is 350 meters from the downtown boundary line, and accordingly, I believe meets the spirit of the city's official plan. The site is also surrounded by a large ravine to the north, including trees that obstruct views from the top of the building, a church directly across the street to the east, a hill to the west again with trees obstructing views of any residential houses, and a retirement residence on the south side. These factors, in conjunction with significant setbacks, well in excess of the minimum zoning requirements, provide for a development that does in fact integrate well with the area. Regarding heritage homes, there were some comments about the heritage nature of the abutting neighborhood. The property is not located within any of the identified heritage character areas, which include downtown Queen, Monterey Gardens, east of Pym Street, Pym Hill, Lower Pym, and the Simpson, Leo, Upton, McGregor neighborhoods. The closest heritage area is half a kilometer away. Regarding the Conservation Authority, and this is my last comment, I'm not sure if somebody's going to grab a cane and pull me off here soon. These really, in my mind, aren't matters that are addressed as part of a zoning, but more of the permitting process. The Conservation Authority will require a permit for the development, which will address stormwater management and construction work. It also deals with the rate and quality of waters coming off the property that must be the same both pre and post-development. They will require a geotechnical study, which includes addressing safe setbacks from the top of the bank. They will require a stormwater management study and long-term erosion control measures, all signed and stamped by a qualified professional engineer. The property will be subject to site development control with the city, addressing everything from landscaping, drainage, etc. These concerns, I believe, are mere formalities that I don't think should affect the zoning of the property, as they are all addressed throughout the permitting process. And so I apologize for the time it took to go through that. I hope I didn't put anybody to sleep, but I was hoping to kind of address each of the specific issues that were brought to my attention.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, council, for the applicant? We'll start with Councillor Hollingsworth and then go to Councillor Vezoal.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Mr. Ruscio, thank you again for coming to council to clarify some of these key points. You were here just a few months ago, not too long ago, so I just want to refresh my memory and for the people at home, just to remind them of some key points.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned earlier in your presentation that you've gone out to the neighbors of this area, I believe back in the fall. And have you gone out since and had more discussion with them?
Yeah, so we held a neighborhood meeting. We sent out notices in early November, and we had another formal neighborhood meeting on November 21st. There we go.
Okay, great. And it's my understanding you had probably good participation at these meetings?
Yeah, better, I would say more so than the first one last year.
Okay. And it's my impression that from these meetings, again, this is why you've come back to council with this well-written research report to address.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Also, just a couple more other questions. Going back to what you just said, really good research. I thought your points about collegiate closing down in 1995, talk about the heritage areas is all very vital, and also talking about the amount of traffic currently and proposed. It's my understanding, listen to what you just said, you might be looking at an increase of 200, 300 vehicles approximately.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of the existing, it's currently running at about 3,000, and from what I understand, that street's capacity is about 3,000. So it was about 78% higher or 75% higher in the 80s when those schools were open. So.
And really, that wasn't too long ago.
No, I guess not, yeah.
Okay, and just for further clarification, your firm is well-respected in this community. You have given a lot back to the community. It's my understanding that you have created other developments throughout the community, Simpson Street is an example, where you try to create a neighborhood, a development that matches the culture, that matches the history, that matches basically the environment of the community. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe if this project is pursued, you'll be building something that will complement the neighborhood. Is that correct?
We'll do our best, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
And giving back to the community, I believe you have been involved with other community projects where you do realize affordable housing is important, and you have helped in the past along this line. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to, but we've been involved with a lot of different projects that I hope help in those
Okay.
respects.
And last two questions. The last time you presented to council, you gave us an idea of, you gave us idea of rent, approximately an average. Do you have an approximate rent idea now for this new?
Probably in line with what the finished rest home is currently charging. So like under 2,000, I would say 1,600 to 1,800 is our hope, including all utilities.
Okay, that's good to know, because I believe when you were here the last time, you were mentioning that we as council, we as a community do understand our seniors are looking more for a place to live that's accessible. I believe that you're hoping that seniors will look at your development. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm quite confident that there's a strong market for it. I mean, I get phone calls on a regular basis. I've got 50 or 60 names on a list that are asking me when this thing is going to go up. So, and I know that it's been about 6 months since I last checked, but I think there's other projects that I've seen numbers of 270 names on waiting lists. So there's a real need for this type of development. There's no question in my mind. I think it's. I mean, obviously, I'm biased in this opinion, but as I had mentioned, the number of units that are expected to be required over the next 20 years of 4,000, if we don't encourage this type of development, it's prices will just supply and demand. They'll just continue going up. And another thing too that I like to, seniors as they retire, and especially as their kids move out of town, if there's no good housing options for them, even the ones that can't afford the rents, they'll leave. I think I would if I had no children here and I didn't have any suitable housing options. I'd look a little bit more seriously out of town. So I believe that projects like this will help keep people, retired people in our community, and I don't think anybody disputes, given our demographics, the real need for these types of for these projects. And there's a couple of other ones that are going up right now, so it's pretty evident.
Okay, great. And one final question for you, Mr. Ruscio. You talk about in November landscaping and how you want to give back to the neighborhood. So it's my understanding that the landscaping is going to, again, add value to the whole area. And it's my understanding that you're going to make sure that it's green as much as possible and add a beautification to this area.
Well, it's always my my intent to make things. It reflects my reputation, right? So whenever we do things, we want to do it right. I think one of our most recent project is Station Tower. We didn't have to make those improvements, but in the long term, I believe we did. And so I've always been of the opinion to do things the right way, and hopefully our track record shows that. So there's no reason why I would do it any different here.
Okay, thank you. And once again, thank you for going out to the neighborhood to ask for their input, because I know that you do care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Vezo-Allen?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, probably to Mr. Ruscio and or Mr. Tenazzo, but just to make a note, St. James closed when I was in grade 5.
Oh, there you
So
go.
I went to grade 6 in Sacred Heart.
I won't ask what year that
Yeah,
was.
I'm trying not to remember. So my question relates to page 5 of the Tulloch report, the planning justification report, paragraph at the end, right at the end of page 5. So the reduction in 30% affordable to 0% will have the effect of enabling development to proceed, which will increase rental supply and assist in keeping vacancy rates higher across the municipality, thus promoting affordability across the municipality. So currently, and this is 2016 stats cam because that's the most recent stats that we have, a median one-person household income, so total income for the year, is $29,833. Median total income for 2 or more persons in a household, so it could be 3, it could be 4, 2 or more, is $81,265. The affordability rent, according to Mr. Chinatso in some questions related back and forth with emails, was that our affordability rent, as you take a look at looking at the stats that Peter provided, is $886. So your proposed rent, say it's $1,600 all in, you're looking at $19,200 in rent annually. So my question, it could be either to you, Mr. Ruscio, or to you, Mr. Chinatso, by increasing units, I certainly don't disagree that there isn't a market for nicer units that are in that $1,600 to $2,000 range. This is not disputing that fact. It's the statement that by increasing units, we're increasing that affordability factor. So I would like to know the reasoning, the proof behind that statement in the report from Tulloch, from either one of you.
Well, I can make an initial comment if you want. I mean, I think what they're getting at with that point there is really the simple law of supply and demand. If the more units we add, the more downward pressure on rents there will be over time. It's this as a brand new development. The costs are the costs. It's you can get the cost down somewhat, but everybody likes their landscaping and everybody likes a very nice presentable project, and all of that doesn't get less expensive the more you want to do it. It costs more. So at the end of the day, the reality is you need certain rents to make the project work. In a subsidized environment, then you can work with those types of rents because your costs are down and you just make the numbers work accordingly. But this is a completely private development, so there are no subsidy dollars available to us. The project simply doesn't work. It's impossible. If council decides no, we want to maintain that 30% policy, then units will have to be 49 units or less. It's by me adding one more unit, 15 of those units have to be subsidized. It makes 0 sense for me. I would lose money in those 15 units. So it would just, all you would do is downsize the project to 49 units. The 30% policy, just to kind of add context, and I think I mentioned this in my opening comments here, but it was really a policy of the 90s during the Ray days. So it was a policy that the city had to adopt, the way I understand it. Since then, the provincial policy has updated their policy, but our city hasn't updated the official plan because there really wasn't much of an issue. There wasn't very many units, over 50 units, that required rezoning and required revisiting this policy. So it just kind of, and Peter, maybe you can comment to this, kind of flew under the radar, essentially, because no one really had to care. I think we're at a point now where there are some developments that are coming. Things have changed in our city. The demographics continue to change, and our community is getting older. So I see a need for these larger developments now where this policy should be revisited.
I don't know that really answers the question.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask Peter to address it. So essentially the question, and if we can just keep the answer, Peter, just to the question, because we're running a bit long here, is the suggestion that developing X amount of units at this market rate will lead to affordability.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can just focus on that maybe and express your opinion from the planning department.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to speak for Mr. Jarvis, but I can, my assumption and sort of the opinion that I would take on this as it relates to the current way that the policy is worded, and I can get into that a little bit later because I suspect additional questions are coming. He's looking at it from a supply-demand standpoint. So, and again, I'm suggesting what I think he's thinking is that if the developer or any development had to produce 30% of these units, any development over 50 units, 30% of them had to be affordable, they wouldn't build those units. And therefore, vacancy rates would climb down. So it really is supply and demand. So I think what he's suggesting is that with the current policy, it's sort of counterproductive in that it may either downsize or stop certain developments because they become unfeasible, and then your demand's going up, your supply's down, and the costs start to rise. That's
so you might not ideologically agree with that point,
right?
But like that's the point.
Yeah, that's I was just looking.
But I think you have an ideological issue. You just don't agree with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
you know, that's the.
But I just wanted the premise, like the reasoning behind that statement.
So theoretically, if we put 65 more units on the market, it should have, hopefully, I guess in the opinion of the author, a positive effect on the supply in the market.
If I could make a quick comment, if we added 2,000 new units to the market and a lot of them were empty, the prices will come down. That's supply and demand. So to kind of simplify it a bit, 65 units maybe doesn't draw the picture, but 2,000 new units on the market, and I've got empty units, I'm lowering my prices to fill those up. So that's what that's what this independent planner is saying.
So, okay, was that it for you, Councillor?
That's it for me.
Councillor Gardy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things I want to note. One is I appreciate you coming back with some pretty detailed information for us and for the residents in the area. My concerns around this are twofold. One being, actually, wait, let's go back to I'm going to preface what I'm about to say with something else. The affordability issue is an issue. Like, let's put it on the table. I'm not talking specifically to this building. I appreciate your comments in that regard, but I think we have to be sensitive to affordability moving forward. I don't think we want to lose sight of the fact that there are many people in this community who did well for themselves, who may have worked at Algoma Steel for several years and may have been gainfully employed and or saved and managed their resources properly and can afford a very nice place in retirement. And I think we can't forget those people either. That being said, my question is one around kind of the environmental piece that goes to this. One, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, to Mr. Elliott. I know that the Conservation Authority and Public Works have been taking a look at things and consulted. At this stage, based upon your end of things, nothing stands out. There's no concerns immediately that have been brought to your attention through your work with the developers.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gardy, no, we have no concerns.
Perfect. Secondly, I just want you to kind of reiterate for me, Mr. Ruscio and or Mr. Martella, I thought you were quite clear when you said that you are more than willing to work with the residents in the area to allay any concerns that they have of structural damage to their home that could result through the construction of this project. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Councillor Bruni?
Just a couple questions to Mr. Ruscio. When the pylons go in the ground, prior to that, will you be, what's the radius on inspection of the homes before the pylons go in?
That's usually reviewed and decided between the engineers and contractors so once we have the site plan firmed up and the geotechnical report done, then they have a better idea or a clear idea of the ground conditions and the surrounding area, and then they make those assessments.
And I do agree with Mr. Gardy regarding the affordability part. It is very sensitive. But we have a private contractor coming to council. They want to invest money into the city that they live in. My question to Mr. Ruscio is, if this is not passed tonight, what happens to the project?
Well, my two options are to downsize it to 49, or sometimes there are some nonprofit, but they're usually much larger. I would have to wait, so I would look at those different types of options where it's all subsidized. It would likely have to be an all or nothing kind of deal. So if it was going to remain private, then the only option I would see is to downsize it to the 49 units. If there had to be any component of subsidized housing, there would be an all or nothing kind of deal, in my opinion, because sometimes it's just hard to manage a project where there's that kind of mix, at least from my experience. I mean, you can have different opinions. But I would say I would probably consider either a 49 unit or I'd look into a full subsidy option if that presented itself in the future, but you'd have to have government dollars and,
Yeah, that can take several years
yeah,
down the road.
yeah, and that's, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Dufour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Mr. Tonazzo. Mr. Tonazzo, would you be willing to tell us in the draft of our new official plan, does this same affordability requirement exist there right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not in such a specific sense. So municipalities are required to have affordability targets, but you're not required to have a specific policy that would say for a development that has over X number of units, a certain percentage of those units have to be of affordable nature. The PPS, the current PPS policies are far more general in that regard, and there's different approaches that are taken these days.
Okay, and to your knowledge, have there been ever any buildings such as this one built in Sault Ste. Marie that were built under the affordability requirement that did include 30% affordable units?
To my knowledge at this point, I can't think of any. I've done some review, and interestingly, since 1996, according to CMHC stats, part of the supply problem in Sault Ste. Marie was that we went for a lot of years where literally zero rental units were being constructed. So between 1996 and 2018, we actually only had 3 years where over the course of the entire year, more than 50 units were built. And just to clear up some of the confusion with what Mr. Ruscio said. So in 2010, 70 rental units were built. In that year, the big one, if you will, was a 35-unit complex at 723 Bay Street, which is the northwest corner of East and Bay. In 2015, 100 rental units were constructed. 676 Bay Street was 39 units. That was the big one that year. And then in 2017, we had 125 rental units that were constructed here in Sault Ste. Marie. That year, the big one was the finished rest home, which has been referenced before. Again, that had the zoning in place. And there was also an assisted living component that was with that development. So it's a little bit different. So suffice to say, we've gone for a number of years since 1996 where we didn't even have 50 units in the course of a year, let alone a development that was greater than 50 units.
Thank you, Mr. Tonazzo. My final question is, in the new affordability targets that will be included in our upcoming official plan, does the provincial policy statement give room to meet those affordability targets through other public organizations, such as the Sault Ste. Marie Housing Corporation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. The various service providers are a big part of that affordability mix. But certainly other ways, the private sector is also a big part of it, and especially for that sort of missing middle, as they call it. And things that we're looking at and things that we've implemented already are second units, soon to be third units. Higher densities, residential conversions, schools being converted into residential units. These residential conversions, whether it's the big old house on Church Street that now has 5 apartments in it, these tend to be of an affordable nature, whereas brand new greenfield builds, have the costs that go along with them. So it's far more difficult in these types of situations to create affordable units.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councilors? No, not comments yet. No. So we have the applicant spoken to the application. Council, you've had an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant about the application, staff of the application. Is there anybody else here that is interested in speaking in favor of the application? Seeing nobody? Yeah, I'll get to you in a second, man. Just give me, seeing nobody. Thank you, Mr. Ruscio.
Okay, thank you.
We'll call you back up if we have any questions. So is there anybody here that's interested in speaking in opposition to the application? So how many separate parties do we have speaking in opposition? Do I count 4? Okay, so 4 different parties. Okay, that's fine. So we'll just start over here then, sir, if you don't mind. Yeah, you can start first. If you can please introduce yourself with the microphone. All I'd ask of you folks is that if someone canvasses an issue in opposition and you come up and speak after that person, you can express agreement with that issue and support the issue that they've raised, but we'd ask that you not speak repetitively to the same issues that are in opposition to the application.
Hi, my name is Blaine McWilliam. I live at 145 Salisbury Ave, this corner of Salisbury and Gladstone, which is approximately 2 blocks away from the proposed development. I hate public speaking ever since I was a kid. I don't think, I've tried to avoid it all my life, but I can't tonight, I guess. So,
Mr. McWilliam, I want to point out to you too that we do have your correspondence on the agenda, so it's part of the record.
I'm sorry.
I think you sent in some correspondence here.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and I want to tell you, it's part of the record. So
Right.
it's on the agenda and it's part of the record.
Right, okay. Well, I'd still like to read it out.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's about the concerns I have and many other property owners have about the proposed development at 22 McDonald Ave. The project in its present presentation would undeniably bring about a decrease in our property values. The height of an 8-story building is so out of place and character to everything around it. The contrast is too great and would forever change dramatically the look and feel of what we like about this neighborhood. We believe this would be the same case for many potential home buyers to avoid the area and look somewhere else. With the loss of potential home buyers, certainly a decline in our property values would follow. Is this what City Council is actually proposing if they allow the development to proceed unchanged, that we, the homeowners, could lose thousands of dollars if and when we decide to sell? The height of the building is one of the main concerns of the residents. Therefore, the height of 22 McDonald Avenue should be reduced to negate the threat of decreased property values and to better fit in with its surroundings. 2 and 3 stories is the norm in the residential neighborhood. Therefore, the height should stay within the norm, which many of us feel would enhance the neighborhood in a positive way and would be welcomed as well. That's basically it. You know, to have a development like this come forward, to pick our nice little neighborhood, which I don't believe actually meets the city's official plan, that they're coming here to ask you to change it for them over us, I can't digest that. It doesn't sound right. And some of the points he brought forward don't sound right. There is a housing crisis. There are poor people in this city. We're talking about a developer who wants to just turn his back to the story. And from the sounds of it, everybody's been turning their back in this city for a long time. And I want to know, when is this council going to speak for the citizens, all of them, of this city? It seems like, I don't know, it looks to me like there's a lot of favoritism. And some of the arguments that are brought forward here are just glazing over the housing crisis and everything else. You know, do we not have a housing problem, or do we? Are there people living in the poor in the city, or not? You know, I mean, this should start tonight. I'm not waiting for another 20 years for this, you know, city to get on board here. I want to see changes here tonight. I just, you know, I don't know. I don't know what you do here sometimes. It seems to me you come here to the meeting and, you know, I mean, the little guy no one's standing up for the little guy. No one's standing up for the little guy for 30 years. That's what I just heard from him.
I don't think that's what he said, Mr.
Well, that's what he said.
Let's be clear about something. So
Okay.
First off, I'm going to need your comments to be relevant to the application. But based on that comment, I want to clarify what Mr. Tenazzo said. Mr. Tenazzo went through the history of the developments in the community. Now, whatever the mayor was and whatever the council was over that period of time, didn't exercise any control over what the development community developed. So what he is saying is nobody came here to develop a plus 49 unit building. So it's not a matter of your previous mayors
Right, okay.
and your previous councilors
Right.
not looking out for the little guy. It's a matter of the development community not having proposed those types of projects. But what I think is really germane to this discussion is that in the city's official plan, which is dated and being redrafted, that condition is not going to be in the next official plan. And it's probably not going to be in the next official plan because there's no evidence to demonstrate it was a good policy to promote low-income housing.
Right. Excuse me, I kind of overstepped that. I read what I had to read, and for a little while here, I'm just voicing how I feel. So, but basically, that is my main concern with the property is that it just doesn't conform to the neighborhood, and I feel it's not going to be inviting for potential home buyers to look at our neighborhood with that sitting in the center of it. You know.
As I understand your written submission, your comments, Mr. McWilliam.
Okay.
You're concerned about the height of it.
The height.
And you're concerned about how inconsistent the height of it is with the remainder
Would
of your
affect
neighborhood.
property values.
And then having potentially.
The higher
in your
the height,
opinion,
the more the effect. And some people are affected more than others. There's a few homes just directly across from the property. I feel sorry for those people if they decide to sell. It's not, it doesn't, I don't see an influx other than people renting the proposed complex. But as far as I see a detrimental effect on the property values for everybody else.
I understand that to be your concern.
What's that?
I said, I understand that to be
Okay.
your concern.
That's it.
Thank you.
I don't, okay.
We can have the next opponent, yeah, can you please introduce, council, just to be clear, when we're done hearing from everybody, we'll have an opportunity to ask questions.
My name is Lyndon Pond, and I'm the closest neighbor to the development. In fact, I'm 25 feet away. And then when I add from a large parking garage and parking lot, and then when you add 25 feet road width, I'm literally 50 feet from this proposed development in my 108-year-old home. So I was pleased to hear that Mr. Ruscio was saying on record that the developer's insurance would pay for damage to our older homes. I still am in opposition. I appreciate the height of the building coming down, but I still feel it's not enough. It does not aesthetically fit in with the neighborhood. And I will skip ahead to that because
Your
I
written
was
submissions
looking-
are part of the record too, ma'am. If you want to refer to your written submissions, we all have them in front of us.
Oh, yes, you've all got them, yeah. Now, as for I'll go in the order that I've written it, and I did spend quite a bit of time putting it together. As far as the affordable housing requirement goes, that's provincially mandated, not the 30%. And I agree that the 30% is probably quite excessive. At the same time, if you turn to page 2, with my red underlining, I've got a provincial policy statement that says that our cities must establish and implement minimum targets for the provision of housing which is affordable to low and moderate income households. It doesn't have a percentage, but it says it must be there. I do believe this is the kind of thing that LPAT, had they had a chance to conduct a hearing on November 7th, as it was scheduled, I have a feeling they would have found this in non-compliant to the provincial plan. So I think to overturn the affordable housing in the official city plan, HO.6, I think you're treading on dangerous, on slippery ice if LPAT was to come in and look at it. Because I don't see why Chartwell right across the street has bachelor units, much smaller in size, and they are more affordable than the suites that they offer seniors. So I'm not sure why that can't be a component of this and thereby fulfill the affordable housing clause. On to urban design policies. The official city plan speaks for the new development to replicate or respond existing color, texture, scale, and massing to harmonize with the existing streetscape. This modernistic high-rise, because it is a high-rise, it's 7 stories or higher is designated high-rise. It does not, and if you turn to the pictures of the proposed structure, and you look at the aerial view of all the housing, most of it is 75 to 100 years old, 2 to 3 stories, there's no, it's out of place. It makes no effort to harmonize or complement the existing neighborhood that has been there over 100 years. So I'm talking aesthetics. Another page, a photo I put in, is of what they did on Ruscio Masonry and Construction, did with the Alec Muir grounds. And I lived in that neighborhood 22 years. It's very similar to what's on top of the hill where I live now. What they did was build a two-story, it came down from 3, that is brick, mansard roof blends with the housing in the neighborhood. If you look down, I've underlined Peter Tenazzo's words. I hope you don't mind. I'm not picking on you. But you did at that time say significant exterior alterations are proposed, including new windows, wall treatments, gabled roof, says Peter Tenazzo, Senior City Planner. These exterior alterations will enhance the building's aesthetics, create more of a residential look, and feel to the building, which will complement the older homes and the townhouses that were constructed on Simpson. Again, to reflect the historic housing of the neighborhood. We are also a well-established neighborhood, as Mr. Tenazzo said in the report to Mayor Provenzano and city councilors back in, dates there somewhere, 80, not that long ago that was built. I think they're still working on it. It's that recent. So I really have a problem with that. The other thing I want to highlight is that I'm looking now at the official city plan, page 6, that was revised in 2006, and it says high-density development, it's underlined in red, should be integrated and compatible in density, height, and building setbacks. Generally, high-density development does not give you, isn't giving you much wiggle room. Shall be restricted to major arterial streets and areas abutting the downtown core. Medium density residential dwellings may be integrated into low density areas. So when you look at, I put together the zoning map that surrounds the area that we're talking about, and you'll notice location number 1 is 22 McDonald, if you look at that map. Location 2 is the closest R5, and that, I believe, is a 5-story building, condo building. It's only 5 stories, although it's designated R5. Then along the major artery of Trunk Road, you have 2 designated R5. And then down on the waterfront and on Bay Street. Again, most of our high-rises, which this is at 8 stories, are following previously established city policy. And none of them are plunked in the middle of a 2-story, 3-story residential neighborhood. So I have a lot of trouble, and you can see it. If you turn back to the aerial photos, it shows how this structure dwarfs not only our neighborhood, and that's my white house right on the corner that I've renovated and put a lot of money into and do not want to see damaged. But you can see how that high-rise, and this is only at the 6th floor, how it dwarfs our neighborhood. It dwarfs our trees. And we've got 30, 38, 40-foot trees, mature trees. And the same thing, it dwarfs Chartwell. If you look at the Chartwell picture on the bottom, you'll see where all the high-rises are. It's where they should be. Major artery, downtown core, waterfront, not up on our hill in a quiet residential neighborhood. So I'm talking aesthetics. And I think I've stressed, and pardon me, I did not address Your Honor, Mayor Provenzano and the City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I will do that now. Unless there's any questions?
I'm sorry, you're just going to address us now?
No, I'm thanking you after the fact.
Oh,
I
okay.
forgot. I forgot.
It's no problem. You actually have we're in the Planning Act. We're sitting as
Yeah,
you
so
know, we're
that's,
adjudicating this under the Planning Act, so you have every right to address us.
Yeah.
So you did provide very thorough written submissions, and I assure you that.
Yes, and I was one of the appellants, first application through. And we'll see what City Council does tonight. And hopefully that you will maybe even put it off for further discussion or, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Bond.
Thank you.
So if we can have, we have a third party that wants to speak? Is it Ms. Harrison?
I am Mrs. Harrison.
There. Well, welcome to council, Mrs. Harrison.
Thank you.
We have your materials. I think you have a few things on here.
Yes. I don't believe you were in the chair the last time I addressed council.
I was not.
And so I'm warning you about the squeaky voice. The others have all heard it.
Oh, I heard it too.
Oh, you did. All right. Mr. Mayor, councilors, city staff, members of the media, the gallery, and participants at home. I had written good afternoon, but I'm going to change that to good evening. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to my opposition to the current application to rezone 22 McDonald Avenue and to eliminate the requirement that at least 30% of the proposed dwellings be affordable. I'm not going to go through what Mr. Ruscio did. I also was an appellant for the last appeal. So I'm assuming that you all have reviewed the formal appeal, or did at the time. And that appeal was granted by the local planning appeals tribunal. So I'm not going to try and replicate those arguments regarding ambiance, the environment, congestion, disruption, equity, and due diligence, which still stand. If you no longer have your copy of that appeal, just let me know and I'll make sure you get one. I didn't think of it before, but if it's possible to attach my appeal to this report, I would appreciate it. If it isn't, I know that the city planner has had his copy for some time. My neighbors have outlined many concerns to you, and I don't want to repeat them. But I thank Councillor Hollingsworth for her interest in the neighborhood meeting. And Mr. Ruscio did reach out to us. There was a meeting. It was better attended than the one last round. But I will recount to you one particular point during that information meeting. In some ways, it's very embarrassing, but I recount it because it clearly illustrates your constituents' response to Mr. Ruscio, the developer's proposal. At one point, he said, "Come on, guys. Someone must have something positive to say." And he was met with a resounding silence. I'm going to try and follow the report that was given to you, just in that order. I note that the applicant submitted quite a few reports. As one citizen at the meeting at Our Lady of Good Counsel said, a researcher is usually obliged to provide the slant on a report, which supports the person who has requested the report. I still don't understand why we cannot have an independent city-paid traffic study. You will note the number of roads and lanes on that section of McDonald Avenue. They and the people living on them were given no consideration in said report. The approximate 600 ins and outs from Collegiate Heights were not taken into account. I have here, I have here a map, and I'm not a draftsman, but you can see that Gladstone Avenue is less than 0.5 of a kilometer. There are not sidewalks all along the church side. You have okayed, I believe, a study for a new fire hall on the King George. Am I not correct in that? There's a study on the proposal of a new fire hall on the old King George property.
Yeah, that's a recommendation of a study we commissioned on how to properly set up our fire services.
Okay. So my point is the traffic and activity on that very, very small street. The other side shows the number of streets that are between Gladstone and McDonald Avenue. It's a phenomenal number of small intersections with people pulling onto that street, which is not an arterial road. So I'll put those out if someone, Lisa, would you she's not committed to it. Somewhere someone said, the author of the traffic report suggests that 80% of the development traffic would go down Gladstone with the fire hall traffic. That's a really, really short street. And some reference has been made to King George School and Superior Heights. And I would like to remind council that when King George School was on Gladstone, there was a traffic light at the corner of Bruce and Gladstone. Is it the council's intent to reinstall those traffic lights? What additional insurances can the city, not solely the developer, provide to concerned citizens? I'm confused, no secret there. There are several attachments provided by the developer. I think when I was pretty thorough when I looked over the council report, but I couldn't find anything from the city's own Parks and Recreation Committee. Would they not have input on this issue? Since the motion is to change the designation from Parks and Recreation to high density. The planner's report, page 3, states that a mixture of housing types and diversity of ownership and tenure forms shall be encouraged in the new development, but no affordable housing at this time. Medium-density residential dwellings may be integrated into low-density areas subject to rezoning. But the recommendation is that council rezones not to medium density, but to high density residential. And I'm missing one page that didn't print. There were comments from a realtor in your package. That realtor has a business, not a residence in our area. When I emailed her, she clarified that because I'd seen a lot of her signs north of the city in the cottage area, but I hadn't seen any around. So she referenced some colleagues on Mary's Avenue who were looking for affordable housing for seniors as they sold their home. When I did research, I noted that the income, I think, was $145,936, something like that, in the Mary Street area. So those people, yes, would be able to afford $1,900 a month. When I looked up a listing in our area, the incomes range from $34,000 to $75,000. So even though the realtor in her letter suggested that some of us in our area might be able to live in those homes, I don't think so. I'm going to conclude by commenting on an item in the planner's report, which I had to reread several times with a very heavy heart. It is worth noting that property values are not necessarily a valid planning argument for supporting or objecting to a particular application. This follows along the reasoning of Mr. McWilliams. It is also worth noting that the people in the Farquhar neighborhood have already had their home value decline, as residents stated at the planning meeting. And I don't think that they're looking forward to a further decline in their property value. I think of my neighbors who moved into our neighborhood because it is a safe, supportive place to raise their young children. They are maintaining their property and spending a good portion of their incomes to update it, to increase their equity in their homes. As those values decrease, their ability to move to another part of the city to an equitable home also declines. Then there are people closer to my age who have invested in improvements and upgrades for 40 years or more. They count on that value to provide a nest egg, to move to alternate housing, hopefully affordable. As this nest egg declines and developers are exempted from the city's stated requirement of 30% affordable housing, seniors in our community have increasing challenges finding appropriate housing. People who cannot afford $1,900 a month. If you are considering voting to this motion, I ask you to consider looking at your constituents. Look them in the eye and tell them that their property values decline is not necessarily a valid planning factor. Property value is the most significant equity in any city's citizens' stash. Okay, that's what I had to say formally. If I'm allowed a personal comment, this is a small town, okay? My kids live in big towns. And I have always been impressed by the openness and the professionalism of the staff here. From the minute you come through the door till you can't find your way or you go to an office, everyone is professional and friendly. And I thought, oh, that's just a small town girl in a small town, eh? But to hear the gentleman who made the first presentation make those comments means that we truly have a fine staff, even if we don't always agree with what they recommend. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Harrison. That was very kind of you. Thank you. So we have a fourth objector. If we could hear from you, please. State your name for the record.
My name's Nicole Gaia, and I live at 28 Summit. I'd like to thank the mayor, council for allowing me to speak. I'd also like to point out that I'm grateful for living in a country where we can voice opposition in a civilized manner, and I really hope that that never changes. We've heard why the neighbors are against this. I'd like to just maybe wrap it up quickly. I didn't send anything via email. You can take notes. Peter Tenazzo did send me a link to shapethesoo.ca. So I'm going to read a couple points off of that. It is about affordability. The first point is there's a need, this was on the state, a paper that said what we heard, public and stakeholder feedback. There's a need for more affordable housing in Sault Ste. Marie. Residents and service providers cite particular need for more affordable rental units, units for single individuals, assisted living, senior housing, and units for barrier-free units. And then on a page saying what we propose, and I'm assuming the we is the city. I don't know. For Shape the Sioux. It's Sault Ste. Marie official plan review.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Policy directions. Affordability. The city and its partners will aim for maintaining at all times a target of 30% available units of ownership housing and rental housing that are considered affordable for low to medium income individuals and households. Bullet point 2, the city will support developments that increase the stock of below market housing, especially housing for seniors and individuals of households with health, social, or economic needs. So that comes from your document, and kudos to you guys if you actually follow your document. I strongly believe to be a good community, we need to take care of all members of this community. And unfortunately, some people, for whatever reasons, need affordable housing. I have heard Mr. Ruscio's argument. I'll be honest, I'm not a business person. I don't really buy it in the fact that you won't, like you just can't afford to do it. I would need more proof for that. I also don't buy into the idea if you put more supply in, the other units, how prices will go down. Again, I would need more support of that and have to do my own research. I think it could go completely the opposite way, where people go, wow, we can make more money. So again, I'd like to just end on this point. I want all of you to think about you as a community member, think about all of your neighbors, look into yourselves, look into your heart, and say, you're going to do the right thing for this community. And that means every member of this community. Maybe 30% is too much, but I don't think we go from 30 to 0. I think the city and Mr. Ruscio could come up with a good plan that is a win-win. I don't know, I thought I read somewhere in this document as well, there's possibly tax incentives to build bigger units. There's an option, maybe there is funding available to build affordable housing. I don't know. I just really think that there needs to be a better solution than 0% affordable housing. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Council, so we've had a number of objectors raise different issues with the application. You have written submissions on your agenda package. You're welcome to ask any questions of staff that might relate to the application and the objections that have been raised. We'll start with you, Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank those people that came forward to express their opinions in objection. I appreciate the passion and I understand your concerns. I do have a couple of questions of staff. I want to direct one question to Mr. Tanasso. Refresh my memory, is this considered a medium or high density development?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one of the changes with dropping the total number of units is, for all intents and purposes, this is now a medium density development. It's about 14 and a half units per acre. Again, density is a measure of units per acre, not necessarily the form of the building. It's the same density as the Collegiate Heights development across the street, virtually the same density. So it is very much a medium density development when you look at the local development densities that we have.
Okay, I raised that question because it was mentioned in one of the statements of opposition regarding standards or objectives for high density. I just wanted to be clear that it is in fact a medium density. Another question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Tanasso. I think it's the Christopher Columbus. Do we have any evidence that property values have gone down over the years in that area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not a real estate agent, so I can't speak to property values going up or down. I certainly don't mean to belittle neighbors, and my apologies if it came across that way, but that's, there's case law that suggests that property value impacts are not necessarily what they would call a valid planning argument when you're in front of previously the OMB LPAT nowadays. Right. And the flip side to that is oftentimes we'll get to a neighborhood meeting and the neighbors will show up to the neighborhood meeting for X residential development. The first thing they'll say is it rented? Is it owned? Is it high rent, low rent? And the first thing they say is it better not be low rent because my property values are going to go down. So we use that property value. That property value can actually go both ways in that argument.
That's right. And I guess my question would be that the Christopher Columbus development, although it's a nice development, is it safe to say that based on the planning objectives of this property, don't necessarily live up to the same standards as what's being proposed here.
Not necessarily, and it's, for every, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, every development has similarities, but then when you really look at it, every development also has a lot of differences. So we referenced Alec-Muir School, we referenced the townhouses. Let's keep in mind that Alec-Muir School and those townhouses are 10 to 15 feet away from lot lines, whereas the setbacks that we're contemplating here are 3 or 4 times that. So there's always differences. Certainly the Knights of Columbus building is kind of a tiered thing that's been built back from the road, whereas I think, as I previously mentioned, and I don't want to disagree with the neighborhood, but I don't see this, the current subject properties being in the middle of a neighborhood. I kind of see it as being sort of on the periphery of a neighborhood and right across the street from one of the dominant features of that area being Collegiate Heights, which isn't necessarily a consistent streetscape either. The different roof lines and the mansard roof on the one side. So I wouldn't suggest that there is one homogeneous, consistent development pattern along this part of Donald Avenue.
And I apologize, Knights of Columbus, thinking of the Explorer.
I think we all understood what you were referring to, Councilor Christian.
Well, I'm getting old. Mr. Tenazzo, I think in your comments earlier, you had identified that, and this has come out to the public in the past, housing demands in the next 5, 10, 15 years. What are we looking at for units that are required, housing units? Just generally speak for that issue.
Generally, we're, through you, Mr. Mayor, we're looking at about the need for about 4,000 units in the next 20 years.
Okay. And the reason why I asked this question is because I understand the concern about affordable housing. There's several of us that sit on DSAB, and that's a priority in terms of affordable housing. I would argue that that's not just a private developer issue. It's a socioeconomic issue that has far-reaching implications. And despite what some people have said in their comments, the city is taking a proactive approach, especially through DSAB and many of the other organizations that are working with us. So I just want to make that clear. And for the record, I do agree that supply and demand is very important. And if you want to talk about affordable housing, all you have to do is not try to meet the 4,000 unit demand in the next few years. And it won't just be the people of low income that can't afford housing. There's going to be a lot of people that are affected by this. So I think the big issue here is to look at the needs of the community in general and not just this specific project. I have one question for Mr. Ruscio, if I might.
Is he going to have like a long preamble like that, or is it just going to be a question?
No, he probably won't, but I can go on.
No, I'd appreciate you just asking the question.
Mr. Ruscio, can you give us an idea of how much it costs roughly to do pilings for a project like this?
I've had estimates on this project upwards towards $1 million.
Okay. So in terms of the ability to pay for this, there's a business model that says because there's pilings involved, you're either going to make it feasible or you walk away from the project. You're a businessman.
Sure. I mean, there is, the smaller the building, there is kind of a proportionate, somewhat of a proportionate aspect to those costs, but I'm not an engineer. We won't know until the geotechnical is done, unfortunately. But to answer your question in a nutshell, yes.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm done, and I won't even offer any comments.
That's awesome.
Because I gave them already.
Councilor Gardy? You don't have to stretch if you don't remember. You had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, that was before, and I don't need to ask that question
I'll come back to you then if you... Councilor Hollingsworth, you're next on my list.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Shelley Shell. Just for the viewers at home and just to refresh our memories, assessment is a significant source of revenue for our city, is it not?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes. Most municipalities rely heavily on tax assessment.
To increase our revenue.
Correct.
And when assessment is done, I believe it's impact that will go and look at the project and do the assessment, and will come up with basically figure, correct? Is impact?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Hollingsworth, you are correct. MPACT sets the assessment, and then our tax rate multiplies by that assessment to get what's required to raise for taxes.
Okay. So obviously that hasn't been done yet, and that's usually done when the project is proposed or when it's established?
This project, or any project that's being done, whether it be residential, multi-residential, et cetera, it will not be assessed until it's completed.
Okay. So it sounds like there could be a positive for our revenue for our community.
Currently, it's being assessed as vacant land, so yes, if there's a new development, it will be growth in our assessment.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mayor, another question to Mr. Tanazo. Peter, as the Chair of Social Services, as my colleague has said, Councillor Christian, there's a number of us on the Social Services Board. As Chair, it's my belief that you have been working closely with DSAB, with Mike Nadeau, to continue to identify strategies, to continue to identify basically property that could help with affordable housing. Would you say it's fair that the city is in partnership with DSAB in trying to combat affordable housing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I would certainly agree with that. And I think we need to be clear, the planning division, we're not in any way suggesting that there isn't an affordable housing issue here in Sault Ste. Marie. What we're suggesting is that the current policy, HO6, is not, in our opinion, the most effective way to deal with it.
Okay, I think that's a fair comment. And one last question for you, Mr. Tanazo. Within the last 5 years, to your knowledge, being in the planning department and so forth, do you think it's a fair comment that there has been some significant projects currently being built or have been built with the help of DSAB to impact on a positive basis affordable housing? For example, East Street, Rosedale, other schools and so forth. Can you comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, absolutely. We've seen some subsidized housing that's being constructed or has recently been constructed, Second Line West, Rosedale School, some really interesting Ontario Aboriginal housing projects that are happening. So we're certainly seeing the development of affordable units here in Sault Ste. Marie.
Okay. And that's not just for, it's for seniors as well. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that some of it is geared more towards senior, but I think in general it's available to anybody.
Okay, great. So as Chair of Social Services, a number of us that sit on Social Services Board, we are very concerned about affordable housing. And it seems like with regards to our main plan, master plan, the city is also very concerned. Thank you for those clarifications, Mr. Tanazo.
Council, do we have any more questions of staff? Okay, so we've given the opportunity to the applicants to make submissions. We've given an opportunity to the objectors present to make submissions. You have all the materials in front of you. You've all been given an opportunity to ask staff questions. If you wanted an opportunity to comment before we voted, I'd welcome you to, I'll give you that opportunity, then we're going to proceed to vote. Would anybody like to make any comments? For my part, I'll have a few. These are really difficult decisions because I know that none of the people that sit in this room around this table want to make a decision that disappoints really any of the parties that are in front of us. But we're not sitting right now as a political body in as much as we're sitting as an adjudicative body under the Planning Act. And as you're aware, because of your recent experience, you can appeal a decision that we make under the Planning Act. And I want to just take a moment to make a comment about Mr. Tanazo's report and his reference to property values not being a significant planning consideration. And he's not making that report out of an insensitivity. He's making that, he's not making that comment out of an insensitivity. He's making that a comment based on case law and decisions that have come out of the appeals processes. So just as you could appeal based on a decision that we make that you think is wrong in a case, the applicants could appeal based on a decision we make if we're swayed by a significant argument that actually shouldn't be considered because we're sitting as a legal body as opposed to a city council. So it's important that we do consider the relevant things to planning applications. Now, a large issue here is that there's a request that we not require the 30% affordability condition in this development. And I would suggest that all the evidence tells us that that hasn't been a very productive policy in producing the desired result. We do need affordable housing in this city, notwithstanding having that clause in our official plan for the last 25 years. So we're not getting quite to where we need to get to with that, and we have to look at other ways of doing that, and we are. And there's city councilors that are on the DSAB, and they're doing really good work there. And we've recently supported a development on the Gateway site that will have a significant affordable housing component in it, and that's important. So I just want to assure everybody we're sensitive to that issue. But the reality is, and the evidence is, nobody's been developing units north of 49 in this community for a long time. From my perspective, our community needs the development. And it needs the development because we need new units, we need more units, and we also need the assessment growth. And for that reason, I'm personally going to support the application. And I'm sorry for those of you in attendance that it disappoints, but I think we need to add units in this community. I have confidence that this development will be done properly by the developers. And I personally don't believe it'll have a deleterious effect on the neighborhood. We heard some of these same comments when the Simpson Street development was in front of us. Those developments aren't akin, apples to apples, because one is much smaller than the other. But that Simpson Street development turned out to be a really nice development, and I have talked to some neighbors in the neighborhood since that are comfortable with the development now that it's completed and there are people living there. And I don't think anybody's of the opinion that it is going to have a negative effect on the property values in that neighborhood. So I appreciate the time you took to come today and express your objection. I really have a lot of affection for the point you made, ma'am, about the importance of us making decisions and being transparent and civilly engaging ideas and disagreeing when we do disagree. I don't diminish or take away from any of the points you've made. I understand they're sincerely held, and I understand they're important to you. But we have to balance the broader interest of the community, and it's my personal opinion that the community needs this sort of development, and we have to do what we can to encourage and support it. So, any other comments? We'll call the vote. You have it in front of you. If you can raise your hand so people at home see how you vote. Did you read them? You read the resolution already?
read it.
All in favor? Opposed? So I was in favor. I apologize, I didn't raise my hand. So we have all in favor, everybody was in favor, but Councillor Bezuel, who's in opposition. You can submit the vote on your desktop. So the application is passed. Thank you.
So that will take us to consent.
So we are on the consent agenda, Council. Councillor Christian just left the room, he is supposed to be the acting mayor, and I just quickly have to run to the washroom. So Councillor Nero, can I have you spell me off for a minute here? So we're on the consent agenda. Did you want to start? Okay, so Councillor Hollingsworth is going to start. It's up there.
Okay, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Should we just give just 1 minute while the galley vacates? Okay. To you, Acting Mayor, the first item I'd like to look at is item, where did it go? Item 6.5, 2020 budget amendment. And my question is to Ms. Shelley Schell, just for some clarification. Ms. Schell, it's my understanding that two groups have come back to us. I believe it's Public Health and DSAB that has come back to say that their budget amounts are lower. Is that correct? I believe that the levy in local boards was at 3.63%, but now is at 3.31%.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, the Algoma Public Health and DSAB levy boards were estimated at the time that we approved the budget. Subsequent to that, we received their actual requests for their levies, which were materially different than what we estimated at. So that hence the report and the revision.
Okay, thank you. So just clarification, we were working on an estimate before, now we actually have the actual true numbers. So it's my understanding they didn't go back and relook at their budgets. It was at that time we used as an estimate, correct?
You're correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have
Got
for
it.
that item.
Any other questions on 6.5, Council? See none. Any other questions on consent? Oh, do you have another one?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Item 6.6, sanitary sewer fee collection. I guess through you, Acting Mayor, it probably goes back to Ms. Shelley Schell. With regards to sanitary fee, can you just again clarify, sanitary fee will not be increased to accommodate the change in the collection costs in 2020. However, you're mentioning in the report, but now it's going to be 2%. Can you just clarify that it's not going to be increased, but we're still collecting 2% from the overall budget? Can you just state?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the sanitary sewer collection fee is funded through the sanitary fees that we collect. The PUC collects it on our behalf. The 2% can be covered for 2020. There's also significant capital projects that are out there, and we will be reviewing those as well as the collection fee that's required on an ongoing basis. So it will be updated. So it's not to say that it won't increase in the future, but it will not be for 2020.
Okay. You answered my second question. So there could be potential in the future of an increase, but we'll wait to see what happens. Thank you. That's it for that item.
Anybody else on 6.6? Any other items, Councillor Hollingsworth?
Yes, 6.11, municipal law enforcement officers. Just a clarification again. Who would I direct that to, Acting Mayor?
Probably Mr. Lamming.
Okay. Mr. Lamming, this is a typical common piece that we see on our consent agenda over and over again. In the future, a little bit of different note, is there going to be an opportunity to have municipal law enforcement officers that will be issuing tickets for off-leash dogs in Bellevue Park? Is that something that your team will be looking at in the future? It's a little bit different from this comment, I understand, or this topic, but just curious.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. Yeah, this is specific to the third-party bylaw enforcement. If you approve, that'll take place through NorPro. We tasked the SPCA, the Humane Society, to do that service on behalf of the city. So they are responsible for any infractions that occur on that aspect.
Okay, thank you. It's just I receive those questions quite often. Thank you. That's all on that.
And Council, anybody else on 6.11? Councillor Dufour.
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor Nero. I believe this question would also be to Brent Lamming. Mr. Lamming, if approved tonight, when would this new service be available to residents?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, we've met with Police Services and also NorPro, who's the successful candidate to provide the service. If this is approved and supported tonight, the service would go into effect tomorrow.
Excellent. And for the folks at home, Mr. Lamming, would you be willing to share the number which people could use to access this service tomorrow, were this to pass?
705-949-6300.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, continue.
My last one is item 6.8, Community War Memorial Funding Grant. Through you, Mayor, and I think it's Mr. Lamming again. Just for clarification, I'm under the impression this is going to be different from what the 49th Regiment is planning to do. It's my understanding the 49th Regiment is looking at doing some fundraising for a different memorial, or is this going to be the same? I believe they're different, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, yeah, that's a different initiative. This is specific to the restoration of the Memorial Tower with respect to the glass brickwork, the interior, the painting, cladding project. So this grant application came forward to the credit of Councillor Gardy, brought that forward, and we are going to pursue to apply for this. It does qualify from what we see to be a valid option for the city to pursue some external funding.
Okay. Thank you. And that's all for me.
Anybody else on that topic? Thank you. Anybody else on the consent agenda? Councillor Shoemaker, then Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On 6.4, tender for mausoleum expansion, I'm not sure who to direct it to, but maybe Ms. Shell could tell me. This seems like a lot of bids for this project compared to what we've got in the past. Am I right in my assessment?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, I don't have information on that to confirm or deny.
Okay. Well, that
Does the
answers
CEO have anything to offer there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Shoemaker, I don't, I'm just looking in Mr. Lamon's direction to see if he may.
To Councillor Shoemaker. This is up, I believe, from last time. There are the existing proponent that which is being suggested again moving forward on this one, but I believe it is up from the last time that bids did move forward.
Okay. Any indication of why that might be?
I know the answer you're hoping for.
Could it be because of our recent no longer being designated a construction employer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, it's most likely that's the reason.
Okay, thank you.
That was it for your matters?
On consent.
We're up to you, Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 6.13.
Okay.
A question for Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott, could you just speak to the scope of this EA? We've had, in my recollection, we've had an EA in this area before, and I thought it included this intersection.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, the EA that we did previously was for capacity on Great Northern Road between second line and third line, and that the preferred alternative there was the construction of the Sackville Road extension. This environmental assessment is more for traffic circulation in the area of this intersection and adjacent intersections over near Old Garden River Road.
So, in speaking to a lot of people, make comments about this intersection, it's obvious that the biggest problem is the left-hand turning left onto Great Northern Road from second line. Would this problem be captured in this EA?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nero, yeah, the intersection capacities will be discussed. I think it's fair to say that if the Sackville Road extension is made, then that's going to relieve a lot of pressure at that location. So again, this EA is not necessarily a capacity issue on Great Northern Road. It's more for traffic circulation in the Walmart, the new grocery store that's planned in that area, and it's not just for vehicular traffic. It's also for alternative modes of transportation, active modes of transportation. How are we going to better facilitate traffic in that area?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scott, were you on the same matter?
It was the same matter, yeah, but actually my question's been asked.
Okay. So we're going to go to, on the same matter, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Don Elliott. Mr. Elliott, what study was it that we did that encompassed Sackville to Black Road and Great Northern Road to Third Line? I thought it was an EA, but maybe it was just a traffic study.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, you're correct. That was just a traffic study, a traffic impact study. And the results of that study essentially suggested that we do more study for all the various options. And therefore, it just falls into place now as a class environmental assessment.
Right. So this EA comes out of that traffic study.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you.
Agenda item 6.12, the flood class environmental assessment, and I think it's Mr. Elliott,
Very likely.
very likely, yeah. Couple questions. Originally, it was $138,000 for the study, or how does it get up to the 260,000?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Bruni, we don't know what environmental assessments are going to cost. I budgeted originally $75,000 to start it in the 2019 budget, and or 2018 budget, I believe, and then we've added 50 in the new budget. We're trying to estimate here what we think it's going to cost. We don't think the $125,000 is going to cover it based on what we've looked at when we put the terms of reference together. There may not be just storm issues here, there may be sanitary issues. We need to look at both drainage systems. Hopefully one's going to fall off the table and it won't be as big an item. So we're trying to give a reasonable estimate of what this EA may cost. There's considerable contingencies in there.
Yep.
And maybe we can bring it in on this budget. So we're trying to take a stab at estimating ahead of time. When it's very difficult to do, but let's set aside the money and see how we do.
Thank you. Another question is, when would this be completed?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, we don't know when it would be completed. It's these things do take time. If it's awarded this evening, it can start soon, and we'll proceed through it. There are 2 open houses. This first open house can certainly happen in the spring, I would think, and we'll proceed from there.
And the purpose of the open houses?
The open houses are for public consultation. They're mandatory for, we believe this will be a Schedule B or Schedule C environmental assessment. So the public consultations are mandatory under those processes.
And what would the radius be for this public consultation? How are they going to be contacted?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, we would put public notice out so everybody is invited, but certainly if we expect there to be any effects eventually on any particular street, we will put notices in mailbox on for all of those streets.
So I guess for the last 7-8 years, flooding has occurred in this. Councillor Nero and myself brought this up for the resolution, but maybe if you contact us, we can give you what streets have been affected with the severe flooding. Some of them have been affected 3 times in the last 7 years. So,
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, yes, we're certainly open to that information. We probably have all of the emails that we've had with councillors in the past. Those particular individuals will already be on the list.
yeah. Well, if you call me, I have them on top of my head right now.
Will do.
Okay, on the same matter, Councilor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again to Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott, is there any particular reason that it's being suggested that the 135.2 be taken from the resurfacing allocation?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, I don't know where else to look for it. That's really the only variable that we have in the miscellaneous construction budget. Everything else is spoken for. We set the resurfacing projects, or the project list in the spring after the snow melts, and we fit a program to the available funds. I don't know where else to look for funds for this.
I assume you would have had the discussion with Michelle, and I have to ask the question because council is always at every budget talking about the resurfacing budget, and we want to do more with roads. And here we are going to take money away from that resurfacing budget. So my question, Michelle, is there's nothing at all that we can look at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, through the approved budgets that we have at this point, no. Our reserves, there's nothing that's applicable to this item, so we're working within our roads capital budgets and rejigging to accommodate the additional costs, much as we do when road tenders come in and there's not enough money to complete roads. Sometimes we have to cancel, so we try to work our pool of funds.
I guess I would take it then, when we're done this year's construction, and if there's underruns in those projects, would we be able to put this money back into resurfacing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, that is what we do on a regular basis. We did a fairly substantial resurfacing this year with additional funds that were available. So anytime we do have an accumulation from tenders and projects that have come under, once it builds up to a palatable amount, we will bring it forward through the next capital roads budget and add additional resurfacing at that point.
All right.
We haven't had a lot of that lately with some of the tenders that have come in.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Gardy, I have you next on my list here.
6.1.2, Level 3 Withdrawal Management Facility. Your correspondence or that you received by way of Minister Elliott. So I'm through you to you. How about that?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, we've been going back and forth into provincial government on this for quite a while. A couple things. One is, I wanted, if you could kind of give us a bit of a précis as to when this started and how many communications you've had and received or not received from the provincial government to begin, and then I'm going to ask you a couple more questions, if that's cool.
Well, this started under the last government.
Right.
Yeah, so this started in 2017. Originally, Surrey Hospitals made an application for the Level 3 Withdrawal Management Facility, which City Council supported. And we've been lobbying for one since, so we supported the Surrey Hospitals in lobbying the previous government. Then there was government change, and we've been lobbying the government since that point. And, I really think, I don't have really anything to offer. We talked about this a few meetings back, I think, Councillor Shoemaker. I have nothing new to offer since then. When I received this letter, I just, as is the normal course, I sent it to the clerk's office and we put it on the council agenda. I plan on having a follow-up discussion with Wendy Henson, CEO of Surrey Hospitals, this week to see where Surrey Hospitals is at with the project and get some feedback from them and see if we can be of further assistance. But beyond that, and until I have that conversation with her, getting an update, I don't have much more to offer you.
Okay. Back in June of this year, you said, and I quote, and I looked it up, forgive me, how often do we have to make the case that the resources are needed? Your words, not mine. I guess you're going to have to ask again. The rate of opioid deaths in Algoma is twice the provincial average. We have critical pressure on Sioux Area Hospital's emergency department to deal with it. The opening of this would alleviate that pressure. It would streamline services. It would get, people who are suffering with this challenge, which is a public health crisis, the biggest public health crisis in the province, maybe in North America, and I'd arguably say in our community. I'm a bit encouraged by the letter that you got from Minister Elliott. That being said, I wasn't that impressed with kind of how it ended. I appreciate your input in this process, and I will keep your recommendations in mind as we work toward creating an Ontario where everyone is fully supported in their journey toward mental wellness. Well, I would argue the people who need help the most when it comes to mental wellness are those people who are struggling with mental health issues, mental health challenges, with physical health challenges that have become, who are relying now on this poison and are dying because of it. And anything that you could do or Mr. Romano could do to help move this along for Sioux Area Hospital, the families, the patients, our community at large, would be really, really welcome, because it's going on a couple years, couple different governments, and personally, I don't see much in the way of progress being made at all. Thank you.
I think that's a fair assessment, and I'm committed to following up with the hospital this week, and we'll see what we can do to support their efforts. I don't disagree with anything you've said. Okay, anything else in the consent agenda? Councillor Dufour.
Sorry, just to go back, Mr. Mayor, I think my hand got missed there. On 6.13, the Great Northern Second Line Traffic Network, I just had one further question for Mr. Elliott, if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem. If you got missed, it was my fault.
Yeah. Mr. Elliott, under the background there, I see that the initial report came before my time on council. So what I was wondering is, and perhaps this is something you have to pass to me at a later date, but what is the metric that was used to determine that there was a congestion problem, or the degree to which there is a congestion problem there? Do we have numbers in that previous report?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Dufour, I don't have the report with me. I don't know that it's a congestion issue as much as it's an access issue. We have the diagonal nature of Old Garden River Road, the way it intersects Second Line, is a problem. It's a geometric problem, it's a design problem, and there's several possibilities that we can use to fix that. The other problem on the other side of Great Northern Road is the access in and around the new development that's proposed at that corner. So there's a number of options to allow traffic to flow into the industrial park area, either from Second Line or from Sackville Road. There's a number of options that need to be considered, and they were identified in the traffic report. So it's not really a capacity or congestion issue, it's an access issue that we're working towards, if that helps.
Thank you, that is helpful.
Okay, any other matters in the consent agenda? Seeing none.
We have a motion by Councillors Christian and Scott. Resolved that all items listed under date January 6, 2020, agenda item 6, consent agenda, save and accept agenda item 6.2 be approved as recommended.
All in favor? Carried. Now brings us to motions, correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
So the first motion, 8.1, was withdrawn by the mover and seconder, so we'll move on to 8.2, elimination of plastic bags.
I have a motion by Councillors Gardy and Hilsinger, whereas plastic bags don't biodegrade, they photodegrade, breaking down into smaller and smaller toxic bits. And whereas these toxic bits of plastic particles end up contaminating soil and enter the food web when animals accidentally ingest them. And whereas plastics, including plastic bags, are causing catastrophic effects on the world's oceans, including contributing to hundreds of thousands of marine animal deaths per year. And whereas, according to the Rochester Institute of Technology, more than 22 million pounds of plastic pollution ends up in the Great Lakes every year. And whereas 80% of litter in the Great Lakes region is plastic, pollution that threatens the ecosystem of the lakes and the source of drinking water depended upon by 40 million people, including the residents of Sault Ste. Marie. And whereas the Canadian government plans to ban harmful single-use plastics, including plastic shopping bags, as early as 2021 in an effort to reduce the 3 million tons of plastic waste tossed out by Canadians every year. And whereas the City of Sault Ste. Marie should do what it can to discourage or eliminate the use of plastic bags, now therefore be it resolved that City staff is directed to consider and report back on a process by which Council can, within its legal authority, discourage and or eliminate the use of plastic bags within the community, including a plan for the municipality to reduce and eliminate its own use of plastic bags and single-use plastics. Be it further resolved that City staff consult with community stakeholders, specifically including the commercial operations throughout our community that are heavily dependent on the use of plastic bags to receive their comment, feedback and input.
Councillor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, everybody, the fact is that less than 10% of the plastics used in Canada gets recycled. So 10% of all plastics used get recycled. And as the motion states, plastics don't decompose. They break down into microplastics, which we, along with different animals, ingest through our food and water. Personally, I support the plans of the federal and provincial governments to reduce and eventually eliminate single-use plastics. The goal of this being to move Canada closer to a circular economy, which is one in which products are designed to be reused. There are some communities who have been supporting this by working to eliminate plastic shopping bags as a first step locally. I believe we have to be one of those communities as well. We also have to do our best to protect the Great Lakes and our environment at large from plastic pollution. I'm very hopeful that we can get that Councilor Hilsinger and I can have unanimous support for this motion, and that staff can get back to us in a timely manner with some recommendations and some timelines for implementation. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Hilslinger, did you want to add anything?
Just quickly to say that I...
One second, you got to wait for your mic. Yeah.
I applaud Councillor Gardy for undertaking this initiative. I think it's extremely important, and I'm very proud to support him in this.
Great. Councilor, do we have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hollingsworth.
I just have comments.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I believe in what you're doing, so thank you for bringing this to council, both of you. I just want to basically make a comment to direct this to staff. Our staff are always on top of solutions, and they're always looking at peer review reports and knowing what's going on throughout Canada. And I'm sure that they're aware that Vancouver this year is going to be looking at eliminating plastic bags, and I'm sure that you are looking at how they're going to do this. And I'm assuming that you probably read that well-written article in the Globe and Mail. Reusable bags may not be the panacea to too much plastic, published December 26, 2019, Globe and Mail. And in that article, which I would encourage the staff to look at, is they cited two peer review reports that were done in Britain, and this is quite interesting. I just want to cite two comments. The reports that I'm referring to, or that have been referred to in this Globe and Mail article, states this: the report jointly produced by the Environmental Investigation Agency and Greenpeace. They looked at sales of reusable bags for life and supermarkets across Britain. They found in 2019 alone, top 10 British grocery stores sold 1.5 billion, which is approximately equivalent to each household in the country purchasing 54 of them throughout the year. So swapping single-use plastic bags for these plastic bags for life are not always the solution. So basically, Vancouver is interested in limiting plastic bags, but they're also interested in looking at another solution. Instead of using reusable bags, they're looking at possibly reusable cloth bags, something that's more friendlier to the environment. So again, I do applaud you because you always do come back with creative solutions, but please dive into these reports more, and please dive into seeing what they're doing over Britain. And I hope they encourage you to talk to Vancouver, because again, starting January 1st, 2021, as you just quoted to, Vancouver will ban the use of plastic shopping bags and phase in levies on the use of paper bags even, and not just plastic. So there's a lot of good information out there. So thank you, and thank you to my counselors for bringing this to our attention.
Councillor Scott, you have something to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further to what Councillor Hollingsworth was saying, actually, I was doing some research on this, and I saw that there's a community recently in Alberta that when they eliminated the plastic bags, they offered reusable bags to their citizens, and they used that opportunity to feature local artists on the bags. And if we're going to give some suggestion towards staff, if they looked at something like that, I think that would be great for local culture as we move forward in supporting local artists, in addition to the plastic bag elimination. So I think if we could give suggestions, that would be something I would love to see from staff. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Motion's carried.
Councillor Shoemaker? Councillor Christian?
He was in favor. Yeah, I said you're in favor.
Okay, and under agenda item 8.3, here's a notice of motion. So this is a motion that will appear on the January 20 agenda. So it's just, there's no debate or discussion tonight. It will just be read. And it's brought forth by Mayor Provenzano. Whereas our community plan, Future Sault Ste. Marie, recognizes that Sault College and Algoma University, our post-secondary institutions, are an integral part of our community's future, and specifically identifies growing our post-secondary institutions as a community goal. And whereas our post-secondary institutions are critical to youth retention, labor force development, economic development, and therefore community development. Whereas the city should recognize, encourage, and support the efforts being made by our post-secondary institutions to meet community goals, keep our youth at home, develop our labor force, and improve our community. Now, therefore, in recognition of the foregoing and to support their efforts, City Council will earmark and set aside 20% of the Economic Development Fund for the remainder of this council term, therefore $100,000 in each of 2020, 2021, and 2022, to support projects at our post-secondary institutions that are consistent with and further the goals of our community plan, and encourages both Sault College and Algoma University to work with the Deputy CAO Community Development and Enterprise Services and the Future Sault Ste. Marie team to develop projects or plans, either individually or in conjunction with each other, to apply for and access the earmarked funding.
That takes us to bylaws.
So I have a motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy, resolved that all bylaws under item 11 of the agenda under date January 6, 2020, save and accept bylaws 2020-3, 2020-4, and 2020-5 be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
So we'll just need to separate those.
3 because of Councillor Shoemaker's conflict.
That's correct.
Yep.
So a motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy, resolved that bylaw 2020-2, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2018-55, being a bylaw to authorize the city solicitor in the name of the corporation to execute and affix the seal of the corporation to all documents required to complete acquisitions and transfers of property, including TerraView electronic documentation, once the transaction has been authorized by City Council, by council report and or bylaw, be passed in open council the 6th day of January 2020.
All in favor? Carried.
That was the wrong one. I don't know how you had a conflict there. So we'll have an extra one. Bylaw 2020-3, official plan amendment for 35 Cedar Street. Resolved that bylaw 2020-3, being a bylaw to adopt amendment number 225 to the official plan for the city of Sault Ste. Marie, 35 Cedar Street, 2135166, Ontario, Inc., Stan Elliott, be passed in open council this 6th day of January 2020.
All in favor? Carried.
Bylaw, I threw an extra one in there by mistake. Bylaw 2020-4 is the zoning for 35 Cedar Street. Resolved that bylaw 2020-4, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaws 2005-150 and 2005-151 concerning lands located at 35 Cedar Street, be passed in open council the 6th day of January 2020.
All in favor? Carried. Yeah, that first one you didn't need to say.
I got in front of myself.
Yeah.
Sorry. And bylaw 2020-5 is the development control with respect to 35 Cedar Street. A motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy, resolved that bylaw 2020-5, being a bylaw to designate the lands located at 35 Cedar Street an area of site plan control, be passed in open council the 6th day of January 2020.
All in favor? Carried.
Doesn't like Councillor Christian today. Then we move to agenda item 13, closed session. A motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Scott, resolved that this council proceed into closed session to discuss 2 matters, being potential acquisition, disposition of land, and a matter subject to solicitor-client privilege. Further be it resolved that should the said closed session be adjourned, the council may reconvene in closed session to continue to discuss the same matters without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
All in favor? Carried.
And a motion by Councilors Hollingsworth and Scott that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? Carried.